Sure. Again, my name is Menelaus Manny Argyropoulos. I'm with Public Services Procurement Canada, Office of Small and Medium Enterprise in Ontario. Shall I go? Okay, no problem. Oh, my colleague said she can hear me. She's on the chat. Okay, great. From the start? Hello, everyone. Good morning. Sorry for the technical difficulties. My name is Menelaus Manny Argyropoulos. I'm with Public Services Procurement Canada's Office of Small and Medium Enterprises in Ontario region. We don't have a lot of time, so I'm just going to give you a quick overview. I'm with the Federal Procurement Office. It's all about doing business with the Government of Canada. And if you're interested in learning about how that process works, I know it's not a 100% fit here today with the CXC component of export. However, there are domestic opportunities, and this is the information that we want to relay to you that there is an office here in each of the regions across Canada. Our office is located here in Toronto, and we have regional offices all across Canada. The issues for today, or the topics for today, are to focus on how to do business with the Government of Canada. The Government of Canada is one of the largest buyers in all of Canada. We buy in the neighborhood of about 20 to $25 billion in a variety of different commodity areas. So it's a large marketplace, and I'm certain that whatever you're selling, the government may be interested in. So you have to kind of do a little bit of research. It's all about supply and demand and determining whether this is a marketplace for you. We do buy a lot of goods and services, as I mentioned, for the needs of the government operations. If we don't need it, we're not going to buy it. So if you are selling something that we're not interested in, we're not going to buy it. But there is a large marketplace. We at Public Services Procurement Canada are the main procurement arm of the federal government. We purchase in the neighborhood of about $15 billion annually, and some of the larger procurements are done through our office. We do somewhere in the neighborhood of about 7 to 9,000 contracts annually. In comparison, there's another 100 or 110 federal departments that purchase goods, services, and construction on their own up to certain dollar value amounts. And this is kind of on the low dollar value side of things. So thresholds play a pivotal part, and so do trade agreements. So opportunities less than $25,000 represent about 80 to 90% of the pie. So there is a large niche area for businesses, including small and medium enterprises. And by definition, we use former Industry Canada or Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada's definitions for small and medium enterprises. And that is you could be a sole proprietor and still do business with the Government of Canada, not even a business. But if you have employees and you have less than 99 employees, you're considered small. Less than 499, you're considered medium, and 500 and above, you're considered large. We don't discriminate against anyone. We do help anyone that's interested in learning how to navigate and get involved with us. As the Government of Canada has priority areas for operations, we too here at this office have priority areas that we focus our outreach and engagement on. And that includes green and clean tech businesses for greening government, women owned and women led businesses to have more representation in procurement, underrepresented groups, diverse groups, cultural groups, minority groups, and the like, Indigenous peoples and businesses related to Indigenous business, new Canadians, and social enterprises, to name a few. So there is a lot of myth busting that needs to happen. A lot of businesses, we get it every time we speak to them. There's a misconception out there that the government of Canada only does business with large companies. That's not true. As I mentioned, 80 to 90% of our contracts are awarded to small and medium enterprises, less than 500 employees. So some of the things we buy are things like technology, military stuff, anything that we need for our operations. I use the term planes, trains, automobiles, military hardware, right down to the commonly bought goods and services that we need for our office and our operations, like pencils or pens, papers, toiletries, cleaning, consulting services, HR, etc. So there is a market for you. The thing is to identify whether it is or it isn't for you, and we can help you in this office to do that, to find out and better navigate the system for your benefit. So, there is a new e-procurement system that the government is building to keep a watch out on. I know there's only a few minutes left in our session, so I'm just going to move forward very quickly to, allow you to ask some questions. We do have a slide deck that we'll provide a link to that you can use to reference what I was going to go over. But for the interest of time, I'm going to go in and I'll start answering some of the questions. So for the purposes here today, I have a question that was asked: how do I find out about opportunities as soon as they arise? Is there a way to know what's coming up? Certainly there is. If you go to our main procurement website, which is www.buyandsell, one word, .gc.ca/tenders, that is the authoritative source for federal procurement opportunities. And right on the main page, there's a link that says follow opportunities. You want to click on that and follow the information. You can set up email notifications to let yourself know if a new opportunity arises. And what you do is you need to find your commodity code, your unique GSIN code, a goods and services identification number that the government of Canada uses for goods and services that we buy. So a pen, for example, will have a GSIN code. A plane would have a GSIN code. So if you track based on that, you can then determine how big a marketplace there is, any opportunities that might arise, and how to keep track of them. I'll just do another question real quick. I'm a small business. Do I really have a chance? I think we already answered this. Over 90% of our contracts that we award by all departments in the government of Canada, they use the federal procurement guidelines, are to SMEs, less than 499 employees. So there is a very large marketplace. It's just a matter of finding it and getting involved. As I mentioned, buyandsell.gc.ca is the authoritative source for doing business with the government of Canada. And you can track and monitor opportunities that come up through there. Certainly our offices here in Ontario region, you can reach out to our office in Toronto if you're in Ontario. We help anyone across Canada, but we're focused here in Ontario, is located at 4900 Yonge Street in Toronto. Our 1-800 number is 1-800 1-800-668-5378. And you can reach us at ont.osme-bpme@pwgsc-tpsgc.gc.ca. Now, we do offer free seminars every Wednesday throughout the month on a variety of common topics for federal procurement, starting with the first Wednesday of the month. That is on doing business with the government of Canada, the fundamentals, followed by bidding on opportunities the second Wednesday, which reviews a federal procurement opportunity and goes through a variety of different sections for you to then look at and see how to best prepare a proposal or a response. Then the third Wednesday is focused solely on professional services and what it means to provide professional services to the government of Canada, followed by the fourth Wednesday of the month, which is on obtaining security clearance, because on some instances, our federal procurements would require you to be security cleared. So how does that process work and how do you apply for that? So take advantage of those. All you have to do is Google OSME Ontario region and go to our calendar of events to find out those free seminars or webinars. And now in today's norm, we do them by webinar, and take advantage of the information. So this is where we are today, and thank you for your time. Please follow up with us. As I mentioned, unfortunately, we didn't get a lot of time today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Just like to introduce myself. My name is Mazen Zaki. I work for Scotiabank. Just a little bit about myself to start. So this year has actually been year number 20 employed at Scotiabank. So yes, I worked there for 20 years. I started when I was in high school at the age of 17 as a teller, worked my way up to a supervisor, a manager of operations, and then I was a small business advisor for a couple of years. Then I managed a team of financial advisors, then became a senior branch manager, and then now in my current role for the last 4 years as a district business development manager, where I oversee all business banking in Halton district, which is Burlington, Oakville, Milton, Georgetown, and I did well there, and they gave me a second district, which was in Toronto. So yeah, love this role, love helping entrepreneurs. I oversee any business banking that happens in that area. A little bit about me personally. I'm currently pursuing an MBA at Queen's. I have a 6 and 4-year-old son and daughter. Love sports. I coach my son's soccer team before COVID, and then since COVID took up golf, and I actually entered my son and I into father-son golf lessons. So I'm learning how to golf with my 6-year-old, and he's doing a little bit better than me. But my strategy, my 18-month objective is to show him who's boss. A little bit about Scotiabank. So we are a leading bank in North and South America. We pride on our purpose of for every future. We love to help our customers, their families, our communities. Obviously, we offer a suite of banking solutions, and we pride ourselves on the advice we give. We also thrive on an excellent customer experience with over 10 million retail and small business and commercial banking customers. So globally, obviously, we're all impacted by COVID. We're all impacted by COVID since March, and since then we did our best to keep our customers and our staff safe. We kept 97% of our branches open to help our customer base, and because we know how important it is for our customers and you to keep in touch with our financial institution and help you get through difficult times and then also thrive through it and before and after. So obviously that was a big change for us. So we really pushed on our digital banking, which we got recognized by Banker Magazine in 2020 as one of the top digital banking factories and strong core markets. We also got recognized by JD Power in 2020 to being one of the best in online banking satisfaction and in advice. And then basically we're here to help our customers. We've helped them a lot through COVID with stimulus packages and advice. And now, the economic climate has changed a little bit. So we're sitting with every customer, helping them along the way, seeing how we can really put a more, COVID safeguarded business plan together, and helping them evolve and prepare for a future that safeguards their business from pandemics like this. In the past, I've helped customers. I'll have an example. I remember this one customer. He was opening up a rock climbing facility, and he basically had such a thorough business plan, which is a really strong foundation to any business. He did so much homework. He had a plan. He had a purpose. He built a really strong team around him. He had top engineers, top accountants, lawyers, consultants, and great staff, passionate staff that really helped him put the business together, and he was really successful. And I remember him bringing a 100-foot wall from Europe across the ocean on boat. And obviously I was his banker, and I was a big part of his team. So basically, I have 20 years of experience with helping customers, and love what I do, and I love all the different businesses, and I'm here to offer whatever help and advice I can give anyone. So that's my intro. I'll look over to see if we have any questions at the moment. Okay, I see. Are there support for business startups with zero revenue? Okay, so yes, the answer is yes. So we do have a program for brand new businesses under 2 years. So at Scotiabank, we do offer, we try to offer up to a small business limit, like up to $25,000 of operating credit. So we'll help you obviously with your accounts. We'll try to get you some overdraft, a credit card for operating. Obviously, since COVID, it needs to be like the application needs to be a little more thorough. Just COVID-related questions. How have you adapted to COVID, and what have you done in your business to make sure that it's not impacted as much as before? So besides the 25,000 of operating credit, there's also a Canada Small Business Financing Loan that we can get, and usually for leasehold improvements and equipment, that goes up to $350,000 or 90% of the loan to value. So the max you can get is $350,000. So basically, if you're buying equipment and you're starting up a new place for $400,000 or above, you have to provide a business plan and costs of all these the equipment and leasehold improvements, and the bank with the government guarantee will provide you up to $350,000. Really great product. It's a government program. The rate is always prime plus 3. It's a floating rate. You could pay it off anytime, and it really is a great tool to help startup businesses. That's probably the most common loan, I would say, by all businesses. Hope that helps. Let me see if there's any other questions. Okay, so does Scotiabank have any credit cards for entrepreneurs or small businesses? Yes, absolutely. We have one of the leading cashback cards. So it pays it's a small fee of like $49 a year, and you get 3% back on office supplies, business expenses, reoccurring bills, and then 1% on everything else. Another great feature of this credit card is it gives you 25 days grace period. So usually when you make a purchase on your credit card, you get I think it's like 21 days without any interest before interest starts. With this credit card, it gives you more cash flow. So there's no interest up to 25 days, which is great for businesses because cash flow is one of the most important things. And basically, I've seen so many customers, make thousands of dollars from this credit card, which is a real nice benefit for just using your credit card, and you end up making some money. It's definitely one of the great financial planning tools that we use. What else? Another question. Is there a program like CEBA for businesses that are not employers, contractors or subcontractors only? Okay, so CEBA, yeah, I know there's going to be a lot of questions about CEBA, and it is sometimes hard to keep up with all the information because it's changing so fast. So most recently, there has been a change. So first, CEBA started that they needed $40,000 of income showing last year. Then now it's down to $20,000 minimum, up to 1.5 maximum. So now there's a new rule that if you don't meet the $20,000 minimum payroll, $20,000 minimum sales from last year, there's a new rule that as long as you have $40,000 of non-deferrable expenses, then you are eligible. So for example, if contractors and subcontractors have rent to pay, or insurance to pay, or property taxes to pay, or any wages to pay, any non-deferrable expenses, that is basically the best way of government helping people that don't have the revenue. from last year. Then on a side note to that, then we go into the personal stimulus, which is the CERB, the wage relief on the personal side. So if your wage has gone down, over 30%, then you're eligible for some wage relief. And the government extended that from 24 to 28 weeks. And I think it's about $2,000 a month that you're eligible for. So that's the help for if you don't meet those criteria. Okay, so what differentiates Scotiabank's small business services from other banks? Okay, so there's a few things. I'll start number one with our staff. So our business advisors, number one, are all accredited. So they've all taken courses and they all have certifications to really be able to know your business and provide advice. So they've taken courses on financial statements, on a little bit of business law. So when you come and not only just open a business account with Scotiabank, we will help you through your entire business process for the next, hopefully successful 25 years or longer. So our advisors really pride ourselves on the advice we give, and we've really been able to help so many customers specific to their need. It's not like a one size fits all. We actually look at your specific business and see how we can help you. Now, on the product suite side, so we obviously have many specials. Like currently, we have some rate specials that we offer on deposits. We also have a partnership with the CFIB, which is the Canadian Federation of International Banking. So basically, CFIB and Chase Payment Tech, we have three corporations, Scotiabank, CFIB, and Chase, that have a partnership together. And because we have those three big corporations working together, we're able to provide additional benefits too. So through this, so Scotiabank, we're able to offer you discounts on account packages. We're able to offer you some fee discounts when you're applying for loans. That's if you're a member of CFIB, you get Scotiabank benefits. Some great things about CFIB also is that they have an HR service. So, sometimes a lot of the entrepreneurs, they need some help with, payroll services or HR. And that's one of the great benefits of CFIB is like you actually have an HR center that you could call, and you have us at Scotiabank to run things by. Those two, along with Chase Payment Tech, so your payment provider and your merchant services, when you have the three together, Chase also is able to give you some premium pricing based on the kind of business you do and having some business with Scotiabank. So there is a good three-way with the three companies that offer a lot of benefits. Obviously, like that's very general. When we also look at your specific type of business, we can find opportunities there to save you some money or earn you some more money. Yes, so lots of great benefits. Okay, so George just asked, hi there, is there something you recommend investing in as a small business? Really good question. I think, I answered this question a lot pre-COVID, but now there's been so much change. But you know what, as much as COVID has impacted a lot of businesses, there are so many businesses that are thriving and have evolved due to COVID, right? I'll give you some examples like pool businesses. I think pools are sold out until 2022. A lot of tech business, a lot of tech and remote capabilities like we're doing right now. This would have probably been in a room before, whereas now we're doing remote. You're hearing a lot about PPE, all the safeguarding of safety equipment and masks and hand sanitizer. People are getting smarter. I'm seeing more niche products like that. Some people that are focusing on just, for example, dentists, helping dentists with their safeguarding because they've been impacted so hard. Air filtration, so many of those kinds of businesses. I'd say a lot of also restaurants have evolved. Like they're putting patios and drive-throughs if they can. Some have really been impacted, like if they didn't have a drive-through at this time. Yeah, I hope that answers. That's a few examples there. Thanks for the question, George. And let me see if there's anything else. Okay. I think I already answered that. Okay, I have a Scotiabank personal account. Can I still use the benefits for my business? Okay, so having an account and relationship definitely helps us. So when we're submitting, like for example, an application for credit, or you want to get a credit card, or you want, we're trying to get you something premium, great rate. The relationship that you have on the personal account, it's just an added check, basically saying, yeah, we're applying for this stuff on the business side, but also this has been a really good customer of ours for a few years. They've been great, and so it does strengthen any application we do on the system. But there's nothing. I don't know if there's something more specific you mean by getting the benefits for your business. We do offer the benefits to all our business customers, but when you're applying for things, definitely we go by our relationship with the customer. So that is a huge value add to have a good relationship with our customer, especially at times like this. Okay, I have a question from Francis. If you were to start a business, what would your first step be in terms of securing your financing plan, etc.? Okay, really good question, Francis. Thanks for asking. So just a little bit about me. I do have, like, me and my wife do have a family business, right? So she's actually a pharmacist, and so I've been through this process myself, and also with my clients. So first thing I would say is do your homework. You're investing a lot of time and effort and money. Sometimes people are very emotional. They get really excited, which is great. You want to be passionate and emotional, but don't let that get in the way of doing your homework, right? So first thing we did is we got an accountant and a lawyer that not only most accountants and lawyers, they know how to crunch numbers, they know the law, but you need someone that really knows your industry. So if you want to open a restaurant of some sort, get an accountant that has experience with restaurants. So I was looking for someone with experience in pharmacies. Then ask them to put a really good business plan for you together, and you work with them, because it's a huge learning for you. When they look at the market size and market opportunity, and what are the strong factors and what are the challenges, how can you safeguard from the challenges? What's the investment going to be? Because a lot of times, when an accountant looks at your plan, they'll actually tell you, hey, you're off by 15 or 20%. You need to make some give some cushion financially for this and this and this, right? Then once you have all that and you have a good team, obviously you need a good banker with you too. Once you have a good team in place and you're confident, then the financial plan has all the market analysis and your projections, right? You also have to have some investment. So the bank will never put in 100% of the loan, right? So you're always going to be liable for at least 10 to 30%, right? So having some security there. And then usually, like I mentioned before, it's a government secured loan for startups up to $350,000. For real estate, it goes up to $500,000. But usually that's a government guaranteed loan, and you can apply for that. And God forbid, in case of default, you're only liable for 20% of that, and the government takes care of the rest. But that's what I would say to start. Definitely do all that background stuff. It's very important. This is your life savings and your life effort and your passion, and you want to do it well, right? So put in your homework, and we'll help you with the financing. Okay, let me see. Sure. Okay, so it looks like I think I've answered all the questions. And I think that's all the time we have today. So just want to say thank you guys for all the questions. I encourage you to join the one-on-ones or the mentorship or reach out if you have any more questions or you'd like to just chat or run things by us. But thanks so much. Good luck. If you need anything, let us know, and have a great day. Have a safe week and a great day. Take care.
All right. Welcome, everyone. Hopefully, you've been enjoying your day so far and been getting a lot of great information, whether you're on the main stage looking at some of the presentations, or obviously, if you are looking at the information coming through from the Growth Lounge. Hopefully, most of you that are joining me now had an opportunity to see the presentation that I just delivered on the main stage, and hopefully, some of that was very insightful for you. So, if you've got questions, please enter them into the chat area. They'll be popping up here on the screen for myself. And I'll take the next little while to try to answer as many of these questions as I can to hopefully help you along your journey. The first thing I want to address, and this has been coming up at the other locations as well too, as we travel virtually across the country, has to do with shipping and obviously the new world we live in today, which is with this pandemic with COVID-19 and how that's impacted. And I've heard from both sides. The questions have been, how's it impacting shipping companies like UPS? And how's it just impacting consumers and business in general as far as their needs to ship or not ship? I'll try to see if I can address both of those quickly so we can get to some other questions as well. But the first side of it is from a logistics perspective, from a courier perspective. I can't answer for others that are out there, and obviously, if you go into the media, you'll see where maybe some are having challenges or not. I can comfortably tell you that UPS Canada did have some initial challenges, as you can expect. Everyone did. When people were changing and there was a sort of a new push on e-commerce. But we are now back to normal. We've reinstated all of our commitments and guarantees, and we are, for the most part, delivering all of our packages back on time with the commitment and the guaranteed service that you've come to familiarize yourselves with UPS. That's also the same for us pretty much around the world. Now, as the pandemic continues to re-hit some areas, as you know, there's some challenges now again in Europe. India is having some challenges. There could be some areas where there could be some delays just because of government restrictions or shutdowns, but we continue to do our best. If you want up-to-date information specifically from UPS, just visit our website. There's a banner at the top that gives you daily, fresh information on our status with COVID that hopefully will help you navigate what is happening. Now, on the flip side, with customers and how people are adapting to COVID and whether or not they are shipping or not shipping or requesting shipping, that is up, specifically on an e-commerce side of it. And that's sort of what caused some of those initial challenges for us and some of our competitors, because all of a sudden people were at home, people needed either supplies or just had the opportunity now to actually surf and buy more things. But that both of those combinations increased the online shopping drastically, which meant that obviously it was a challenge for us, but it means that people are online shopping. Businesses that had a really strong online presence uh, told us that they did not necessarily see a dip in revenue, even those that had both brick and mortar and an online presence. So what we've seen is people just were looking for those same products, but looking for them online. If they're able to find it, they continue to obviously buy, and in fact, buy a lot more online as well. So hopefully that addressed the COVID situation, and we all hope for the best moving forward, that this gets contained and we can get back to some sort of a normal world and normal behavior. One of the questions I see popping up here, which I've heard before, is there any tips on how to streamline my shipping process? And is there any way to connect my shipping process to my e-commerce store? And the simple answer to that is yes. But the longer answer to that is it really depends on your platform today. So if you're online today and you have a one-off platform, so something you've paid for someone or you've done it in-house, where you've built your own website, you have the capabilities of going to ups.com. If you search for developer keys, you'll be able to then enter your account information and download and have access to all of our APIs, basically our integrating interfaces of all of the things that we provide from a back-end shopping cart perspective, and have that integrate to your site. And that can integrate to your processing side of it. So you're to talk to your inventory, and as orders come in, push that information through so that it's quicker for you to generate a label. And you can also take some of that information and have that work and provide more up-to-date or more real information for your customers that are online as well too. And what I mean by all that, and I'll share some examples. For example, is there is a rating API. So a rating API, if you integrate that with your website, allows you to show back to your customers the different service options they can select from UPS, and what those rates are. And when those rates come back, you can manipulate that so that it might show your net rates if you want to pass your discounts on to customers. Those rates can be marked up or discounted from them. Again, depending on how you want to sell to your customers, it'll allow you to manipulate it that way. But the great thing about it is that as a customer, if I'm on your website and I've put something into the shopping cart and now I want to go through the process of ordering it, I hopefully will have the option to look at and say, well, hey, I can ship UPS ground and it's either free or it's only a few dollars, or I can upgrade to a 2-day service and it's going to cost me X more, or an overnight service and it'll cost me a little bit more. But it allows me as a consumer to see what the options are and what those charges are that are going to be at the end when I actually process my order, which helps you as well too, as opposed to maybe just telling the customer, I'm going to charge you $20 for shipping. And depending on the service, some cases it might not cost you anything more. In some other cases, it might. So great opportunity to integrate that. Tracking is another one that is very, very popular and is great for you, because what the tracking API does is, instead of just giving your customer after you ship the tracking number and sending them to our website to track their package, which is great, and you can do that. And we will give your customers all the information they need. But I just as I indicated in the presentation earlier, it's your customers. So why are you sending them to our website? That same information we're going to give them, you can, with the tracking API, pull that back to your website. So when you send them a link with the tracking ID, you can have that link come back to your website. When it comes back to your website, you're pulling all that same tracking information and telling them when the package is going to get there. But then on that same screen, perhaps on the right side of the screen, you can share additional offer for them. You can tell them, hey, thanks for your order, but if you order something else, you can get 15% off or 20% off. Or, I've got a new item that we just launched that maybe you might be interested in as well too. So it allows you to bring those customers back to your site so you continue to sell to them if you want. And again, there are lots of APIs. I can spend the rest of my time here and more just telling you about all the different APIs we have, which you can use to integrate into different components to either streamline your process to make it easier for you, or to share and give information to your customers so that you can keep engaged with them and can keep them interested in what you have to offer. So hopefully that answers that question, helps you there as well. How do I make sure I'm getting the lowest possible cost on shipping? Are there any tricks I should know? So the best way to ensure that you keep getting the lowest cost that you have is you keep talking to your providers. Keep telling them that, hey, I start off as a small business and you gave me a great offer. That's great, but I'm growing. So, I can tell you on the UPS side of it, we are constantly looking at our customers. And as customers grow, we keep sharing them additional tools, additional integrations, and additional offers that we can provide to them because we want to make sure that you're satisfied, not just with the service we're providing, but everything else, including the price that you're paying. But don't wait for us to respond. And if you're utilizing a different carrier, don't wait for them to respond. Keep asking, is there something better? Is there something more that you can provide? And be proactive that way. But to start off, especially if you're a brand new business and just getting rolling with shipping, or if you're still a very small business, the great thing with being live today and paying attention to this event is through startup, we actually provide what we call our member-based rate. And you can go to startup's website. And if even with today's agenda on today's streaming page, you can click on our link and it's going to take you to a startup offering, which basically you get 50% off of our shipping services. No questions asked. You can ship that one package a year. You can ship a couple packages a day. We're going to give you 50% off. So I would definitely take advantage of that, because the great thing about signing up for a UPS account is you pay absolutely nothing until you actually use the service. So if you sign up today and you don't need to use the account for another month, 2 or 3, that is fine. The only thing that might happen is you might get, after 3 months, an email from us saying you haven't logged in and used the account. And if you don't log in, it's gonna shut down. It's just gonna ask you to log in, make sure that you're still there. And if you keep it fresh, then it'll still be there waiting for you when you actually need to actually ship and use the product. So that helps. But there's a second part to this. And again, I think I talked about a little bit on the session earlier, but it has to do with free shipping. And if you heard this already, I might repeat myself a little bit, so I'll try to keep it quick. But for anyone that might have missed it, there's no such thing as free shipping. Somebody is paying for it. So ways around that is to understand what your shipping costs are, what you can sell your products at, and can you incorporate some of those costs in there? And that is what the biggest players online do today. So when you see someone saying, hey, and there's free shipping, there's no such thing as free shipping. You're either paying for it in the price of what you're buying, or they're eating some of that cost in their margins as well too, in order to offer what's perceived to be free shipping, but it doesn't exist. Somebody is paying for it. So a good way of trying to do that is offer that lowest cost offer. So for example, using UPS, our ground service is typically the lowest cost. Offer that to your customers, and try to include as much of that cost into the price of your product. And if you need to, reduce your margins by a few dollars to cover the rest of it, that's your free offer. Or another trick could be, customer orders an item and it's $50. You might tell them, hey, spend $100, and if you do that, then you're actually going to be able to get, free shipping at that point. So that they actually spend a certain amount in order for you to offer that to them. So lots of tricks. I shared some of that already as well too. So I don't want to take up a lot more time and dive too deep on that, but that's some ways that you can do it. What is the biggest mistake people make with shipping? I find it very hard. So we understand that shipping is hard, which is why when you sign up for the UPS Small Business Program, within 24 to 48 hours, you get a phone call from what we call our Small Business Ambassador. It's a team that I work with that I'm very proud of, because they're not salespeople. They're there to help onboard you. So when you sign up for an account, we know that if you haven't shipped at all before, or if you have but haven't used UPS, you might find it a little challenging to navigate. The first couple of screens are always easy. Where you're shipping from, where you're shipping to, but then weight, dimensional weight. Do you need coverage? Do you need additional services? Do you want delivery confirmation? A lot of these things, if you're not familiar with it, can get a little confusing and hard to navigate. They call you to welcome you to our small business program and to help you navigate through our process and to answer any questions you have. So that's how we make sure that we actually help you through that. But some of the biggest mistakes that we see domestically when people ship in Canada is the difference between actual weight and dimensional weight. A lot of people that are not shipping or don't are not familiar with shipping think that they can just, put a package on a scale, determine what the weight is, and that's what they enter into the system. And usually they're correct. But you need to determine what the dimensional weight is. So when you're processing a package, if you've done that before, you'll notice that whichever carrier you use, they're asking for the dimensions of the package as well. The reason for that is if you ship something that's very large in size, but very light, the dimensional weight, the dimensions, which is the space it takes in the UPS truck or UPS planes, could be larger than what an actual weight would be, which means that if the dimensional weight calculation is greater than the actual physical weight, we're going to charge that dimensional weight because it's taking up a lot of space. And therefore, we can't put more packages in our vehicle or on our planes. So make sure you understand the difference between both of those, enter both of those in, and make sure when you're trying to collect part or some of that shipping cost from your customers, you understand that if I'm packaging something, what is my actual weight of that package and the dimensions? That'll help. Internationally, the biggest challenge we see is not filling out the right customs forms. And you need to understand which market you're going to and what are the requirements and paperwork to get into that market. Because if you don't do that, it's going to get held. And if it gets held, it's going to be a delay to your customer, which is a poor experience. And that customs party in that country is really going to be wondering as to whether or not you really forgot the paperwork or if you're trying to get their package through without providing it. They're going to be really skeptical as to who you are and what you're trying to do, which could then impact future shipments as well. So you really need to understand what the proper paperwork is. And you can, again, from my presentation, I indicated you can go to CBSA. They'll tell you what forms you need to go to international markets. And if you go to UPS, our website, and you search for trade regulations, it'll take you to a page that we have that you can enter what country you're shipping to. And it'll tell you what forms you need, what payment terms are available to those countries. It'll give you all up-to-date information to help you make sure you're not doing what the most common mistake is that we see. Okay, let me see what other questions I see coming through here. Does the Startup Canada special members rate include a single container? We are a small business and a container sets us apart for the quarter ahead. I'll be very honest. I am reading the question. I'm not sure what the question really is. It's asking for a single container. Not too sure if it means that if we provide packaging or not. If that's what it means, we do provide packaging for our express products. So there is UPS Express envelopes. We have what's called our Express packs. It's a poly plastic pack that you could put product into and ship up to 3 pounds in there. And we have some of our Express boxes as well too, which are not large in size, but usually you can put a lot of materials in there as well too, and some small items as well. So if you are shipping with our Express products, you can order those packaging supplies free of charge from UPS just by going online and going to our order supply section. If that's not what the question meant, I apologize. Hopefully, maybe you can try to clarify that a little bit more. And if I can't get to it now, we can get to you at a later date. There's a long question here. Let's see if I can get through it. I want to start shipping outside of Canada, but I'm worried I'm going to have to increase my pricing to make up for the shipping increases. Do you see this happen, and how much do people typically add to their prices to make up for shipping? So yes, the further you go, the more expensive shipping is. So as soon as you go internationally, it's going to cost more, and the heavier the product, it also costs more, right? Sorry, but the way of addressing the actual shipping, if you're actually looking to try to recoup some of that, is the same way I just shared previously with the shipping tricks. So understanding what your shipping costs, and we provide a calculate time and cost calculator on our site. So you can go to our site for free, go to the calculate time and cost, or get a quote, and you can enter some examples as to where you ship from and to, not just within Canada, but any part of the world. Enter, the weight of the package, and it'll give you the different shipping services we have to that destination and what the rates are. And if you actually log in with your UPS account with a startup discount of 50%, it'll give you the rates with that 50% discount on there. So you can see what your true cost would be. And then understanding that cost, you can then determine how much of that you can, again, add into the price of your goods. So if you're selling something for $49.99 and you have some competition in some market that might be selling it for $55, but you want to be a little bit less, maybe you sell it for 50. Sorry, did I say that right? $49.99. Let's say they're selling it for $60.99. You might want to sell it for $55.99, right? And recoup some of that cost. And then the rest of it, you might determine, hey, I can maybe take some of that cost and reduce my margins, but there's still some left over. So you know what? For that lowest cost option, I'm not going to charge the full amount, but I'm going to charge the customer, just $5 or just a few dollars. So using our tool to look at some of your specific examples and understand where you can put some of that cost and where you need to charge extra is the best way to really navigate your specific needs for that. Does UPS have e-commerce integrations? I already answered that question before, but the answer to that is yes, we do have integration. We have APIs. I'll elaborate a little bit on this because I did talk about if you had your own standalone, you can go to our site and integrate with our API integrations, and there's many of them that you can integrate with. But what I didn't elaborate on earlier is we are also integrated with many third-party platforms. So Shopify's of the world. There's so many marketplaces that if you go to our website and you go to marketplaces, you'll realize that if you're on any one of these other platforms, eBay, for example, Shippo, ShipStation, if you're using these third parties to integrate for your website platform or to actually do your shipping, we are on many of them, pretty much all of the larger ones that are out there and some of the others as well. So you can integrate. Some of them allow you to integrate without an additional fee. Some of them are going to charge you fees, but that's something you need to manage with them as you're on their platform. But that integration is definitely there. And Shopify definitely is a good example of one of them. WooCommerce is another one as well too. So those are definitely there. You just need to search for it. Just trying to see what other questions I haven't answered yet. So I'm just going through this right here. What is the biggest difference between a service like UPS and something like Canada Post? So we typically don't want to talk about our competition, but if I'm to keep this at a very high level, Canada Post provides a courier component as well too, not just the mail side of it. But what you're going to get with their lower cost product is less of the bells and whistles that you would typically see with a courier company. So yes, if you're going to use them for a ground service to get that to a destination, you're probably going to pay less than you probably will with UPS Ground. But the UPS Ground service is typically going to get there faster, and it comes with a guarantee component as well too. So that's where you see the difference when you're looking at, and that's not just in Canada, but any postal service around the world. That is usually the biggest difference between us and them. You've got guarantees, you've got tracking information, and I use myself as an example. When something does come to me that I've ordered online and it's coming Canada Post, there's usually very little visibility The where I bought it from lets me know that it's out and it's been shipped and it's coming Canada Post. Usually, I get it before I actually can, track and see any information. I'll track for a couple of days, see nothing, and then there it is for the most part. But with a UPS or another courier solution, even if it's ground, once it ships out, I have the tracking number. And as I keep entering that track information, I'll see multiple tracking. I can see where it's coming from. For example, it's in Richmond, BC. It's now, making its way across the country. It's now in Ontario. It's out for delivery, and there it is. I finally get it as well too. So um, I'll dive in quickly because when you're talking about the difference, one of the things that we provide that we're very, very proud of, which is something that you can promote for your customers to sign up with if you're shipping via UPS, is what we call My Choice. And we also have what's called My Choice for Business, which allows you to then be able to pull all of the information that you're shipping with, the tracking numbers, and be able to manage that and to be able to track all your packages for your customers, be proactive with them. Maybe when the package has been delivered and you've confirmed that the customer has it, you might want to send a follow-up email to say, I know you received your product. I hope you're enjoying it. If you'd like to come back, I can give you a discount type of thing. So it allows you to be proactive, let your customer know that, hey, you're watching the fact that they got their package and now you're communicating back to them. But My Choice for a consumer is great. Obviously, I've signed up for it working for UPS. But what it allows me to do is it allows me to enter all the addresses I can have a package coming to and all the different names. So I put my kids' names are in there, my wife's name's in there, my name's in there. And that's the profile I created on My Choice profile. And what that allows me to do is that it doesn't matter who I order a package from online. If they're shipping via UPS, as soon as that hits the UPS systems, UPS now knows that, hey, there's a package going to this address and to this name, and we've got a My Choice profile for Paul that actually matches that. So this package is coming to him. I'm going to let him know. So I actually get an alert on my phone on the application that says, Paul, there's a package coming to you from this location. I go and look at that and I realize, hey, yes, that's what I just ordered earlier today or the previous day from this specific website. And by having that, it allows me to actually now track it, but allows me as a consumer to make changes. I might say, this is coming to my home. It's coming Thursday. I'm not going to be home Thursday. I'm going to be in the office Thursday. I can actually say, hey, UPS, change the delivery, have it go to my business address instead, which is great. Okay, all right. I'm getting a signal that I need to wrap up. So hopefully I've been able to answer your questions. I see a few more popping up, so I apologize. I did not get to all of them. I hope you enjoyed this session and you've enjoyed the others so far. Please stay here with the other Growth Lounge components coming through or head back to the main stage. I'm looking forward to judging later on the finalists. Good luck to everyone that's pitched today and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name's Kate Karn. I'm the manager for public policy at MasterCard Canada, and I want to thank you for joining us at today's CXC Growth Lounge. Please feel free to submit your questions via the chat tool on the website. While you're thinking up some questions and populating them, I'm going to do a quick spiel about MasterCard and how we can help you, and then we'll get to your questions. So the first thing I want to let you know, kind of a little bit about MasterCard. We are a global payments company, a technology company in the payment space, and our mission is to create an inclusive digital economy that works for all. How we are relevant here in this context is we provide the payment technology network that connects anyone in the world with a business idea to a potentially global pool of customers. So whether your customers around the corner or around the world, you can connect and secure payments to them via MasterCard. The next thing I want to just clarify really quickly off the top is that we are a technology company. We do not actually issue the plastic that you have in your wallet. That's done by the financial institution that issues the card. So if you have questions about your interest rate, I do encourage you to raise them in the Scotiabank booth later today. But we are here to kind of help you understand how payments work, a little bit about cybersecurity, and a little bit how MasterCard can support you today and through the pandemic and going forward into the future. So the one thing I really I want everybody participating today to take away is the importance of cybersecurity. Often when I speak with small businesses, they tend to think of cybersecurity as something really that has to be, that's the purview and concern of the banks and the payment networks and the big retailers. But I would say that globally, 43% of cybercrime is targeted at SMEs. So it really is important for you to secure your systems and protect your business. As more small businesses go digital, MasterCard is here to support you. There's a lot that we do on the back end, but also solutions and steps that you can take your own to protect your business. There are two that I want to highlight today. The first is an offering that we have in market in Canada via our subsidiary Risk Recon, and that's a free cybersecurity check. So you can go to the website, which is riskrecon.com/offercanada. Googling Risk Recon in Canada will get you there as well. And that's going to give you a free cybersecurity systems risk assessment. So all of your third-party external facing information, it goes through this Risk Recon security check, and then it gives you sort of a map of where your vulnerabilities might be so that you can solve them and protect your business. So that offer is free through the 31st of December. And then after that, if you wanted to sign up, you'd be certainly able to keep it going forward. It's a really powerful tool. The other is another free resource, and that's something that MasterCard put on with the Global Cyber Alliance, a third-party independent organization at globalcyberalliance.org, and that is a small business cybersecurity toolkit. So with that toolkit, you can understand the steps that you can take and provides how-tos and best practices to secure your business. Just by implementing 5 of the main CIS controls can reduce your risk by up to 85%. So I strongly encourage you to look at that. The other thing I just want to flag really quickly is MasterCard's Start Path program, which is an incubator and an accelerator for entrepreneurs. There's a global pool of entrepreneurs that apply every year. A number have come from Canada, and I would encourage you to check that out. It's like an accelerator. So we bring you in, connect you to a MasterCard mentor, put you through your paces, take no equity. That's important. There's no cost to participate and no cost to your business. And then once you've completed, we do connect you with some of our global customers, which are banks, acquirers, merchants, and that way you can help grow your business and scale your business globally. So that's my sort of beginning spiel, and now I'm happy to take your questions. I see a few have popped up while I was giving my overview. So I'll start with a question, and the first one is, this might seem like a silly question. And the first thing I want to say, by the way, is that there are no silly questions. Please ask. I will answer them as best I can. So please don't worry if it seems if it seems like it should be very basic, and a lot of time you're asking a question that a lot of people are thinking about. So please do keep those coming. But what do you mean when you say cybersecurity? Is that like keeping your credit cards safe from fraud? So cybersecurity, in this context, I will tend to defer to examples that are in the payment space, just because that's where I'm most familiar. I've been working at MasterCard for about 9 years, so I know payments and cyber, but really I want you to think about it much more holistically. Basically, when you're thinking about cybersecurity, you're talking about the protection of internet-connected devices. And it being the 21st century, we all have them. So that's what I want you to think in terms of what's on your phone, what's in your email. You know, do you have multiple employees and they're working from home? Those could be vulnerable to a cyber attack. Do you have customer data, IP, and databases, things like that? It really is a whole holistic 360 perspective on security. So I want you to keep that in mind. And so that it does extend far more broadly than payments. Um, are there resources that MasterCard has for entrepreneurs who are just starting? So two of the ones that I mentioned that are really compelling are the Risk Recon offer and the Global Cyber Alliance. I also encourage you to check out our website, mastercard.ca, although we are primarily a B2B business. So most of our connections are into the financial institution banks and merchant banks, acquirers that you would be dealing with. So they're our customers, and then you by extension are their customers. So it's a little bit longer of a value chain, less direct interaction. If you had a startup, what actions would you personally take to protect your cybersecurity? Well, a couple of things that I could say. First, look at those offers. Second, take password protection and password strength seriously. Gone are the days of password 123. You want alphanumeric, you want special characters, and you want length. Longer the better, and you know, not your daughter's name. I finally stopped doing that, and perhaps their age. So something to consider. Password strength. Training is another vital component. The human error is the easiest way to accidentally create a cyber vulnerability. MasterCard, I would say, does training on a monthly basis where there's at least one kind of fake phishing email that comes to us from corporate security. And so we get really good at identifying them. And so you just get a stronger sense of what's there. Password protection, security, doing regular security checks. And then again, check the resources on the Global Cyber Alliance. They really are well tailored to a small business context. How can I contact MasterCard if I have a business idea that may require a custom MasterCard functionality? So what you want to do there, I would strongly encourage you, is to talk to your acquirer. So that is going to be, for example, there are several, but I'm going to say Moneris, Chase Payment Tech, TD Mutual Services. Those are some of the merchant banks that happen in Canada. They're the one that actually interface directly with merchants that have individual payment acceptance needs, and they're going to be able to help you most effectively. They know your business best. What are the options for credit insurance at the retail level? For example, if I as a business offer 6 monthly payments through MasterCard, how can I prevent myself against a payment default, and what is the cost of insuring it? So a couple of things, and I might be coming at this, I'll come at it from a couple of different angles to make sure I'm answering your question in the way it was intended. The first thing to know is there is a MasterCard payment guarantee. It's called zero liability. So if a cardholder makes a payment, that payment is going to be in your account, and you are paid whether or not that customer is ultimately able to pay their monthly MasterCard or bank statement to their bank. So it is in this case the financial institution that's taking on the risk of extending credit. You get paid. The other offer is, I guess, maybe if you're thinking more on the commercial side, if you have a corporate MasterCard or card that you're using for your business, there are fraud protections. So there is our zero liability commitment, which if your card is used fraudulently, you would get made whole by your bank. The other piece is there are insurance programs that exist, and those are at the individual bank level, individual issuer level. So I would encourage you first to do your research on what solutions are offered. And then also, if you have, for example, a small business banker, talk to them because they can help you out most effectively with the solution that would work for you. Are there any trends that MasterCard is seeing in terms of spending during COVID, specifically with e-commerce? So one thing you will not be surprised to hear is that we've seen tremendous growth on e-com and digital payments since March. Right now, we're looking at about double-digit growth year over year from last year in terms of payments going digital. And frankly, earlier in the spring, we were looking at triple-digit growth. So huge transition of businesses online and going digital. And that may be as simple as a small store sort of taking payments and for curbside pickup, but taking payments online, or increases of shipping and people ordering online that way. And then so that's been a big uptick. The one thing I would say also is we've seen huge upticks in contactless payments. So when you tap your card at the retailer, MasterCard increased our limit through which a person can tap their card rather than putting it in a machine to $250. That was something we did really early in the pandemic. And so that just helps customers and cardholders, and indeed merchants, feel more secure and safer, because the interaction at POS is going much more quickly. So that was a really key one. The other thing I want to, particularly since this is the Ontario session, is to call attention to Digital Main Street. So that's an initiative that originally started within the City of Toronto. It's spun off into its own entity, and MasterCard's a founding partner in that organization. And they're doing phenomenal work at helping businesses go digital and go online during the pandemic. So I really encourage you to check them out. Just check Digital Main Street. It's a quick Google, and they have a really compelling support program for small business. So I really strongly encourage you to look at that if you're thinking about going digital at all. So those are the questions I've seen. Please feel free to keep them coming. I'll vamp a little bit while hopefully you submit more, because it's great to see these questions coming in. Again, oh, no, sorry, I just need to scroll down a little bit more. Pardon me. What is the MasterCard Accelerator and how do I get there? So that is a program that we call MasterCard Start Path. Look at just do a quick Google. It's mastercard.startpath.com. It has all of the categories and requirements for application, but applications are taken kind of all throughout the year, and we take in a couple of classes throughout the year to join the accelerator. So that's Start Path. Really encourage you to check it out. Can MasterCard be used for making payments for export shipments? Generally, yes, it can. I'm not sure quite the specificity, the thing you're looking at, but yes, strongly encourage you to look at a payment network when going export. It just helps you have an additional layer of tracking. Can you negotiate the merchant transaction fees for online payment processing with MasterCard? So you're actually going to negotiate your merchant discount rate. So that's the price you pay, the small percentage for accepting payments. That's going to happen with your acquirer. So I'll encourage you to have a conversation with them, shop around. There are a number of acquirers that offer different propositions, some focus more specifically with small business or different sectors. So take a look at them and have those conversations. I also encourage you to ensure you know about the code of conduct for the credit and debit industry in Canada. It's a really compelling and powerful tool that all payment networks are part of, and is overseen by the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada. And that gives merchants more power in terms of their negotiations and discussions with their acquirers. So please do check that out. I haven't had a credit card for my business. Should I get one? The easy answer would be yes, but the longer answer is please look at your needs and how are you using your cards? What are you hoping to get out of it? Are you looking for a kind of more of a business card versus just using a personal card? Things to research include your fees, interest rates, any rewards that you might get, and what sector would be of reward would be most compelling for your business and most valuable for you. And then decide if it's right. So always encourage you to do your research, even though the knee-jerk would be a simple yes. Definitely lots of resources to check to see if there's a solution that's correct for you. Why do I need cybersecurity resources for my company? Is it risky for a non-tech company to skip this step? Yes, absolutely. I would say cybersecurity is not just for tech companies or for payments. It's for anybody that uses a computer to do business, which I can't imagine. I almost can't picture what a scenario where that would be, where you wouldn't at least use some sort of digital solution for your business, whether it's email, whether it's a computer database, even video chat, for example. Where it's the 21st century, everybody has a computer, and every computer can, well, I'm saying every computer can be hacked. That's not quite true, but you want to defend yourself as best you can. The best defense is a good offense. Are there any new mobile-based payment instruments by MasterCard? So a couple of things I would encourage you to check out would be solutions with Square or with Shopify. Particularly Square can make your business easy, and you can do payment right on your phone. So that would be something to take a look at. Again, there are other examples. I'm using Square just by way of example. Stripe would be another one that you might want to consider, or something like a PayPal. And sorry, I'm just making sure I haven't missed any of your questions. Please do keep them coming. But again, a couple of things while I'm just waiting for a few more things that I would encourage you to check out would be MasterCard Start Path program, the Risk Recon offer, and Digital Main Street as well. And Digital Main Street, again, as I've mentioned, is that solution for going digital. It's a partnership with Google, with MasterCard, and with a couple of other, Shopify, I believe, a couple of other major tech companies and other businesses that can help your business with the tools to go digital, which is even more important today than it was 8 months ago, I would say, and will continue to be important in the future. So definitely something that you should consider. Do you mind repeating the list of partners for the custom functionality requests? Sorry, I didn't manage to catch them earlier. So when I'm talking about custom functionality, what I would say is talk to your acquirer. So the acquirer is that merchant bank that you have. They're the ones that you would interface with to set up your payment solutions. So examples in Canada, and these are only examples, there are more, but I would say Monaris, Chase Payment Tech, TD Merchant Services, Global Payments, and those are the ones that come to mind. Elevon is another one. So you can reach out to them. All of our acquirers are listed on the MasterCard website. That's at mastercard.ca. So that could be something that you would check out. And your acquirer is always going to be your first point of contact for anything relating to payments. They're the one that would know your business best. So always encourage you to connect with them first. All right, what is the specific process for meeting with a MasterCard rep and figuring out an ideal plan for a specific business? What exactly should I be doing? New entrepreneur here. So excited to see questions from new entrepreneurs always. I'm always fascinated by the journeys that you are all on. So when you're not going to meet with a MasterCard rep, I mentioned earlier we are a B2B business, so we connect into the bank and the acquirer, and then they connect into you. So if you're looking specifically at payment functionality, you would want to speak to an acquirer. That's the Monaris, the TD Merchant Services, Chase Payment Tech Global Payments, for example. First Data is another one. If you are looking more on the acquiring a MasterCard side, like using it for your own business, lines of credit, things like that, you want to speak with your bank, a small business bank, small business advisory, that sort of thing. So there you've got Scotiabank, another great MasterCard partner, or MasterCard, pardon me, and also MasterCard partner, but another great Startup Canada partner. You could speak with the Bank of Montreal, with really any of the big banks will have a small business function. So you can reach out to them to sort of discuss that business piece. The other aspects I would encourage you to reach out to would be Business Development Bank of Canada and Export Development Canada. They're phenomenal resources for entrepreneurs and kind of really have carved out that space. So they would be excellent resources for you. How do businesses in different industries or sectors handle their credit card needs differently? Can you give examples or explain? So a couple of ways to come at that question. The first would be, are you a business that accepts credit cards? That would be a first one. The second one is, do you want to be a business that accept credit cards? You may find it easier to accept payments on credit from a B2B perspective. For example, rather than taking checks from suppliers or paying checks to suppliers, which can be kind of cumbersome and require a lot of accounts payment work. Whereas on a credit card, you would have kind of a clear consolidated list of statements. Coming at it from another perspective, There is, of course, using them for your business. Do you want to use a corporate business MasterCard, or is it more, does it make more sense for you to use a personal card for your business? So some considerations there. Those are always on the using a credit card. Always encourage you to reach out to your bank, your issuer. On the accepting card, reach out to an acquirer where they would have some of those great solutions for you. Okay, so it looks like I'm coming up on time. A lot of great questions. Thank you so much. And look, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us in the EDC Growth Lounge. I'm Melanie Carter, and I'm EDC's Knowledge Partnership Lead. And joining me today is my colleague Emiliano Introcaso. He's an export advisor and a Certified International Trade Professional, or CITP. So I do hope that you enjoyed the EDC Fit workshop that he presented earlier today. If you have specific questions about the workshop or about the EDC, the different EDC programs, we're actually here to answer all of your questions. But before we take that first question, let me quickly give you a highlight of who we are here at EDC. So our mission is very simple. We're here to help Canadian companies go, grow, and succeed around the world. And we help companies of all sizes, right, of all industries and all sectors. And we also are able to help the very small and the very large. So we support what we would call traditional exporters, right? So those are the companies that actually have goods in the box and actually ship them across the borders. So that's a traditional exporter. And then we also support the service providers, where you have international buyers, but you're not actually shipping anything across borders. And then also we support those that we call indirect exporters. So that might mean that you're actually offering products or selling products to a Canadian company who then on-sells to the world internationally. So those are indirect exporters, and our programs apply there too. And since COVID, obviously, we're here to support as many companies as we can, and so we've expanded our mandate. And in many cases, with multiple programs, we're actually able to support Canadian companies who are not exporting nor might have the intentions to. So keep an eye on that and verify, eligibility in terms of our different programs, depending on whether you're an exporter or not. So, we do understand that taking your business to the next level and starting to export can be challenging, right? So our sole purpose is really to guide you as you navigate the different complexities of global markets. So we're here to support you every step of the way, and depending on where you are in your exporting journey, we can help in various ways. So earlier on in your journey, you'll find that our knowledge solutions will help make informed business decisions, right? So we have a variety of publications, tools, webinars, learning, knowledge. I mean, the FIT program that Emiliano just presented earlier on is a great tool, a great resource when you're beginning. And then when you get your very first international contract, our different credit insurance programs can actually help you ensure that you get paid. And then as you grow more, and when you're at the time where you're actually working with a commercial banker, various financing solutions can come into play. So we also have a very large network of people in Canada, internationally. We can help make connections, and we're happy to do that as well. So on that, I will jump into our very first question. And Emiliano, I do believe that it's going to be best for you. So let me see, where was it? Sorry about that. Yes, so somebody saw our webinar with respect to Indigenous entrepreneurs, right? And they want to know if there are special resources or funding opportunities for Indigenous entrepreneurs, and see what we can offer there.
Yes, definitely, Melanie. There is specific support from different government agencies for Indigenous businesses. And what I would suggest is the company to reach out directly to our export help team so that we can prepare a customized response to their specific request. And we'll be sharing also relevant contacts that can also support them further to what we are giving them.
Very good. So maybe, I mean, that's a good segue to maybe explaining a little bit more about the export help team and who you are and what you do on your team.
Yes, our team is a team that basically answers all the questions that are non-financial questions for our customers at EDC, and we work directly with different agencies in the exporting ecosystem, so we can refer them to the right resources specifically to their company. So we also conduct relevant research for their questions. We also can help them with the specific grant resources, for example, as I said before on the Indigenous one, but there's also grant resources for women-owned businesses. If you're a young entrepreneur, there's also specific grant resources for that. So I would suggest that anybody that is looking for those specific resources and is a little bit lost in the ecosystem, because it could be quite a challenge sometimes to navigate the whole system. We will provide you with a short email, sometimes a little longer, but it will include specifically the resources that you need. And so that will save you quite a bit of time instead of you researching it on your own. And we will be giving you as well information on a particular market. If you're, let's say, thinking of going into Mexico or Italy or any country, we will do some preliminary research for you so that you can understand more of that market and how to go about it.
And all this for free, right, Emiliano?
Yes. You just have to answer a few questions and that's it.
Yeah, that's cool. So the next question I will take. So what financing and support opportunities are out there for entrepreneurs just starting out? So that's a great question. So as I was mentioning, there's kind of a journey that we see that you might be going through as an exporter. And in the very beginning, there's a bunch of tools that are available to you, right? Whether you're just starting out, whether you're looking into exporting for the first time, or maybe you're exporting already, but you're looking for a different market. All of those knowledge tools are incredibly helpful for you. But in terms of explaining our financing products, I guess I'm going to take you through an example of somebody that we met through a Canadian Export Challenge in previous years. So this company is a skincare company, organic skincare company, and she had been selling through e-commerce mostly. So was seeing success there. And then eventually some retailers were interested in testing the product and see if they could sell it in their stores. So in the beginning, obviously the retailers were just testing it out and ordering very small orders. But then eventually, as the product was seeing success in those stores, the stores were actually asking for larger orders. And so they were asking for payment terms, right? Instead of paying immediately for the product before they shipped, the stores were asking to pay for the product like 30 days later, which is very common in the business world. So, obviously selling on payment terms is associated with a certain risk, right? What if the store is not doing well? What if they're having cash flow issues? Will they be able to pay me in 30 days? Instead of just crossing your fingers and hoping that they do pay, we do have a program for that, and that's called the credit insurance program. So with credit insurance, you can all of a sudden ship and have that peace of mind, right? That if your buyer, if the store cannot pay, EDC would pay 90% of the loss for you. So it's a very flexible program in that you can choose to insure just one buyer at a time, one contract at a time, or if you have multiple opportunities in the US, and if you wish to have kind of like an umbrella policy where all of your buyers are included, you can do that as well. So it's a very cool program, and obviously it allows for you to be more competitive too, right? Because oftentimes you're not the only company offering your product out there. In the case of the skincare company, there are all multiple out there, and if the other skincare company is offering payment terms and you're not, well, there's a chance that maybe the store will select somebody else. So great to be competitive, and great to help you with your due diligence on the different buyers that are out there. So obviously that tool enabled her to grow. It gave her the confidence to do more sales with more companies, and it's been very successful for them.
And I was actually remembering that this particular company had also reached out to me regarding the export pricing costing sheet that we were able to share with her. She wanted to know more about like what other costs are involved in the particular market she was going to. So one of the things I did mention to her is like I saw on her profile that she was gonna apply for insurance. I said, oh, don't forget to include the insurance costs on this export sheet. And she's like, well, what do you mean? Like, yeah, this insurance that you're paying, it is really to cover you, but I mean, it's an extra cost for your company, so you should recoup this cost. So she was very glad to hear that, she could do that. And I'm like, put it on this particular line on the export costing sheet. And not only she recovered the cost by actually selling product overseas, but she was also, had that peace of mind that if something were to go wrong, she could also claim on that insurance. So
yeah, absolutely.
That's another example of something that we help at Export Help.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a cost to short-term financing, right? And that's basically what it is. So yeah, no, definitely that's a good strategy to have. So I have two questions, one from Daniela and another that kind of are tied together. So Emiliano, I'll ask them kind of at the same time. So Daniela's asking, which is the country that Canadians export the most to? And then another question that kind of ties in is like, how do you actually figure out which market is best for you? Is the US kind of the best bet given that there are neighbors?
Well, that's great. Thank you, Daniela, for the questions. I mean, the most obvious choice where a lot of companies are exporting is the US. It's our biggest trading partner. Not only because we're close by, but also due to the former agreement that we had, the NAFTA agreement now called CUSMA. And so this particular market tends to be, I would say, the default market for Canadian exporters to go. However, I do want to make sure that I make it very clear, right? With Canada signing so many different agreements with different countries, now you have very competitive markets, right, that are available. For example, with the European Union and the CETA agreement, that is one of the biggest markets, actually bigger almost than, or as close to the North American Free Trade Agreement, right? And then there's the CPTPP as well in the Pacific region, which gives Canadian exporters access to all those extra markets. So when you're looking at where to go next, one easy way to realize where your product could be well accepted will be to look at the free trade agreements that we already have. Canada also has signed other free trade agreements with specific countries like with Israel or Costa Rica or Chile or Peru. So besides having this mega free trade agreement with that involves a lot of countries, you also have this individual agreements with a lot of the other countries. So one other thing is look at your product. You know your product better than ourselves, like it being either an actual consumer good product or even an exporter of services type of product. You should know, or you should research where your product will be most accepted, because there might be a very great product that you might be able to sell in the European market instead of in the North American market, right? So that doesn't mean that you have to forget about Europe and just go to Europe because it's a close. Forget about Europe and go directly to the US because we're close. That I think the the length of time now is being shortened so much, like, with using different services such as, freight forwarders or UPS, air freight service, the distances are a lot shorter, and I think that there's different ways to enter a market, right? Like as I mentioned in the workshop. So maybe you might find a distributor in Europe instead of you setting up a shop there, or you may want to go directly into Mexico because of the proximity. So there's a lot of different ways to do it, but it really depends on the product and how your product is going to be accepted in the market, and if there's a need for that product in that particular market, right? So hopefully that answers some of the questions there.
Yeah, very good. So Levy asks whether or not they should reach out to EDC if they have no potential customers, or if they can only work with us if they've had previously committed international customers. So that's a great question. And again, I'm going back to the journey, right? When you're researching how to start exporting for the first time, there's a bunch of tools and services that are available to you from the onset, right? To kind of help you determine how you will actually take on exporting for the first time. And I will utilize your question here to better explain how you can actually access all of those knowledge tools. So EDC has a lot of information on its website on edc.ca, of course, but we also have a lot of what we call premium content, right? So like webinars and the publications that I was referring to earlier are all available to you behind an account that you would create for yourself. So I definitely encourage you to do that, right? So you would receive I believe weekly news about what's going on in the market. You would hear from our chief economist, but you will also have access to all of those tools and publications that are premium, that are not necessarily available on the website. So all you have to do is create an account. It's called My EDC. We ask a few questions about your company. We want to know what your challenges are. We want to know where you're planning to export. And with that kind of information, then we can better organize ourselves basically to create or to build on those tools to better answer questions of companies that are just starting out, right? So it's a free service. Create yourself a profile and have an account, and then have access to all of those products. So the knowledge tools, I guess, are available to you right from the onset.
And one of the examples for those knowledge tools that companies at the early stages will be able to use is if they're looking to find out costs for shipping. For example, we have what's called EDC list, and that list is specifically freight forwarders that have been vetted by CIFA, the Canadian International Freight Forwarding Association, and they are able to find specific contacts based on the industry they are serving and which markets they are going to. So you basically use this little filter that allows you to go through the different companies, and you'll have a specific list with contact information. And also you can select like how fast you want the quote, and the contacts directly are listed in the tool. So it's a cool tool. And same thing with the Export Help Hub, which is a lot of the questions that our Export Help team has been answering. And in many cases, they are very similar questions, depending maybe on the market or depending on the industry. And so what we did is we curated a bunch of those questions and we post them online. So in case you want to self-serve, you could do that as well. And if for some reason you do not find the question in there because the terms that you use are maybe not relevant, or maybe there isn't that type of question being asked already, there's the form box right away to reach out our team. So yes, you'll need that My EDC account to access the Export Help Hub, and then if you don't find it there, you can send us the information through the form.
Yeah, absolutely. So Emma is asking this. So based on what you have noticed in trends and forecasts, what would you recommend exporting entrepreneurs to do to ensure that they're not hit hard by future or ongoing COVID shutdowns? That's a great question. And in fact, as part of when you have a My EDC account, like I said, there's a lot of intel back there. And there's a few resources that are available to you. All of them are on a different topic, and all of them can be read within about an hour. One of them is specifically on the risk, on the commercial risks, right? So it kind of lists and describes all the commercial risks that you might come across as you're exporting. So COVID or not, those risks are always relevant. And so what you want to do is ensure that you mitigate all of those risks, or have a plan B for all of those risks when you're actually starting. So that's a great plan to have regardless, even more so when we're going through this pandemic. Emiliano, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, no, I think that you put it very nicely there. I did refer to a lot of those Fit Skills Light guides in my presentation. So once you download the delegate package, I believe that the links on the presentations are active. So you just click on them and it takes you right into the guide so that you can download them. And you're right, they take about an hour. Knowledge is key. So, there's no excuse anymore to say, well, I don't want to pay for training, or I don't want to be like reading a book for like so many hours. These are very easy to read guides. They're about an hour in length. And then at least we'll give you a specific, what I call ammunition. So that when you actually talk to the partners, let's say you have to talk about, with a freight forwarder, and they're asking you, well, what's the Incoterm for this transaction? You're not like stumble upon and not knowing what that means. At least you have some knowledge prior to going to the meetings, prior to talking to them over the phone, understanding that if you're going to be offered cargo insurance, what does that mean? It's not the same as the insurance that we offer for our receivables insurance, right? It's a different line of insurance. The cargo insurance is specifically for your shipments that will cover if something goes wrong with the actual shipment. Our financial insurance with EDC receivables insurance then only covers the commercial transactions in case you don't get paid after they got the shipment. So just know this is specific knowledge that you want to get it from the get-go, and we'll give you that ammunition that you need when you're talking to partners for sure. And don't go it alone. Like when I'm saying partners, meaning that you're maybe an entrepreneur, you're feeling a little bit isolated because you're starting your company, or you started your company already, but you're still haven't grown like exponentially yet to have employees. So a lot of these things you're going to be doing on your own. Just know that there's a lot of different partners out there, paid partners like private companies, like let's say a freight forwarder, but there's also the agencies of the government where there's a lot of services that are offered that are free of charge, and we're there to guide you in the journey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good. So next question from Kahant. So EDC, hello EDC. How do you apply for your insurance program? Is it guaranteed? They'd love to know more. So that's a great question. So credit insurance can be applied through online, right? So if you're looking to only insure one contract or one buyer, there's a quick and easy access to our insurance, and the application is all done online. And if you're looking for something that's a little more specific to you or customized to your needs, then we have kind of a different path. But regardless, the best way to know, how to go about it is to call our advisors, and they would be able to let you know how to go ahead and do that. So the number to connect with them is 1-800-229-0575. 1-800-229-0575. And who you would get on there are the same individuals that are actually booking one-on-ones through the CXC event, right? So we have Laura today booked with some different one-on-ones for people who had more specific questions about their individual needs, and that's what they do on the phone all day, every day, right? So go ahead and utilize that and see what's available to you, and eligibility, and actually how to apply. And to better answer your question about whether or not it's guaranteed, well, obviously the purpose of insurance is to give you that peace of mind, right? So there's different things or action items that you need to do to ensure that the insurance is going to be valid. So the first thing would be to verify that your buyer to whom you want to offer payment terms is actually accepted by EDC, right? So if you come to us and you say, hey, I have an order of $5,000 to this buyer, can EDC approve it? We're going to come back with an answer as yes or no, right? If we can insure for $5,000 and you ship within that limit, then technically, yes, it is guaranteed, and that you would actually be paid 90% of the loss if something went wrong on their end and they couldn't pay. Now, obviously, there's a lot of there's a lot of illegalities to a policy, and we would be happily walking you through it to ensure that everything would be in place for you if you actually decided to go ahead. So we have 2 minutes left. So I'll go real quick. Ricardo is asking, how have the recent spikes in e-commerce impacted export agreements? That is a great question. I am certainly not the expert in e-commerce myself. So I would, again, kind of guide you to going to the knowledge part of EDC, right? Our chief economist, Peter Hall, has video capsules every week, and he talks about the trends on different sectors, different markets, on the vision that he has for, what's to come up next. He has obviously a bunch of insights with respect to COVID. So I would definitely keep an eye on what he has to say, because what he discusses would be more relevant than what I'd be able to begin explaining today.
Just the one thing I could add on that particular question for Ricardo is like a lot of the agreements have a specific limits as to it's called the de minimis, and that means that the amount of goods you can ship to another country per time, right, without incurring any duties and taxes. So the CUSMA agreement, that those thresholds were higher now. So if you reach out to our team, we will give you the specific breakdown by state and also by the different countries if you're thinking of going also to Europe, let's say. So reach out to us and we can complete that rest of the question, because we're right at the limit right now. So I think it's a good point to close it off, but please feel free to give us a call back, and I'll let you, Melanie, repeat that number so that people can call the advisors.
Perfect. So the number is 1-800-229-0575. And on that, I do believe that that's all the time that we have today. So thank you so much for all of your questions. We were super happy to be here with you. And we hope that you enjoy the rest of the program. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Vladana Jeftik. I'm a Trade Commissioner at Global Affairs Canada at our regional office in Ontario. Bonjour tout le monde, je suis Vladana Jeftik, un délégué commercial avec Affaires Mondiales Canada dans notre bureau d'Ontario. We're happy to answer questions in your language of choice, and I also have my colleague Vanessa Pukal, who's going to be joining in on the chat to provide links and resources as we go. So first, housekeeping. I think everyone is aware by this point that any questions can go into the chat box. What we'd like to do is keep this Growth Lounge very interactive and informal, much like a booth would be at an in-person event. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing from those of you who are tuning in from across Ontario soon. So I'll start by giving you a little bit of background just before we kick off with the first few questions, and let you know a little bit more about what the TCS is, what we do, and how we can help Canadian companies to grow globally, which is the core of what we do. So the Trade Commissioner Service, or TCS, is the operational arm of Global Affairs Canada. So we're the trade stream, and what we do is operate as a network that helps Canadian companies grow and find new customers and markets internationally. What we also do is help provide access for Canadian companies, especially SMEs, to a range of different business contacts abroad. So this can include potential agents, distributors, buyers, partners, and investors, the whole gamut. So that's our goal. What we'd really like to do is connect our clients to the right people who are interested in buying their products and doing business with them abroad in whatever capacity makes the most sense for your particular business. We're able to do this because of our really strong network abroad. We have over 1,000 trade commissioners who are located in 160 cities around the world. These are with our embassies and consulates abroad. And that includes also 6 regional offices across Canada. So we're located here in Canada. We're also located abroad. Anywhere there's an embassy or consulate, there's pretty much always going to be a trade officer there who can support you and who has those local connections and can help you by making warm introductions and also providing you with market insight about that particular market. And one of the best things, I think we may have a question coming in, but I'll just wrap up. One of the best things about the Trade Commissioner Service that all startups in particular should know is that our services are completely free of charge to qualified Canadian clients. And this basically just means that they're part of the Canadian business community and they have the capacity and interest to do business internationally. So they can dedicate the financial or human resources needed in order to do business abroad, which can be intensive at times. And they should also be able to contribute to the Canadian economy overall, whether that's by creating new jobs or generating revenue in Canada. So that's just a bit of an introduction about what we do and how we can support companies in Canada like yourselves who are tuning in today. So I'm going to take a look and see if we have any questions so far. We have a question on what the difference is between the Trade Commissioner Service and EDC advisors. How do I know which one to go to? It seems like they provide similar support. So that's a really good question, and it's an important distinction to be able to make. Basically, the Trade Commissioner Service, we are a network of international business professionals around the world. And the core of what we do is provide services like preparing you for international markets, providing you with guidance on how to refine your strategy and how to be most successful abroad. We can also provide you with a market potential assessment and connect you to our colleagues abroad. So this would basically entail providing you with guidance about the specific target market that you're looking at, whether it's the United States, China, wherever. And we'll also make warm introductions to qualified contacts who are in our network. And we do so because we have a strong international network that includes locally engaged team members who are onboarded for their strong networks and strong familiarity, knowledge, and understanding about those particular markets. So, we can help by providing those warm introductions to potential business contacts, as I said, whether they're potential distributors, agents, customers, or potential investors as well. So I'm going to take a look and see if we have some more questions. And EDC, on the other hand, they provide export finance. So if you do land an export deal and you want to make sure that you are paid, you want to make sure that there are no sort of repercussions, negative on that particular deal, what you would do is you would contact EDC, and they can provide export insurance. So they're very much kind of on the financial side, whereas the Trade Commissioner Service provides more of these advisory sorts of services. So I hope that kind of helps to clarify, Kahante, for your question on the difference between Trade Commissioner Service and EDC advisors. If you have any further questions about that, you can always email us at our Ontario office to find out more. So I think we have a couple more questions that have come in. Thank you so much, everyone, for your active participation. Are there industries that the TCS will not support in their international trade? That's coming from Vanessa. Vanessa, we have a very, very broad range of sectors that we support through the Trade Commissioner Service. It's pretty exhaustive and falls into basically any category, from the tech side, ICT, AI, we'll do all that. And we also have a strong support network for companies that are in manufacturing, more traditional sectors like clean tech, industrial manufacturing, that kind of thing. On agriculture and agri-food, what we would typically do is actually make a referral to our counterparts at AAFC, so Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. And they have their own network of agriculture-focused trade commissioners who can provide support with that particular sector. But aside from that, there are really no industries that we will not support. Any kind of business where you're doing exports or making business deals abroad, we can support you. So I hope that kind of addresses that question there. And we have another question from Bailey Morris. Hi, I'm in the handmade glassblowing industry and looking to expand my sales into the US and Europe. How would you recommend I capitalize on these markets while still ensuring I don't place myself in a financially risky situation? That's a great question, Bailey. We definitely have a lot of companies that are looking to do business in the United States and Europe. It's a common sort of first step for sure for exporters. I would say that as a first step, it would be great to connect with the regional officer in Ontario where you're based and get to know them, discuss your capabilities and technologies and what you can really do with that trade commissioner. And then we can kind of create a profile for you and start making warm introductions to our counterparts in the US and Europe where you're interested in doing business. And then we can kind of get you some more tailored insights about those particular markets as well. I would also recommend as a novice exporter to go online to our website and sign up for a MyTCS account. And my colleague Vanessa can put a link to that in the chat box. And through MyTCS, you can actually access a step-by-step guide to exporting, which is a really great resource. It's a lengthy document because there are, of course, so many different factors to consider when you're exporting. But I do recommend that you take a close look at this and kind of review what the things you might need to consider are, just as kind of a starting point. Now, in addition, one of the great resources that we have for de-risking exports in new markets, especially in the US or Europe where you may not necessarily have been doing business already, is CanExport. So CanExport for SMEs is a fantastic funding program that we offer through the Trade Commissioner Service. CanExport SMEs is really designed in order to help Canadian companies access funding at a 75% cost sharing basis. So you can apply for CanExport SMEs, excuse me, and choose up to 5 target markets to target. So you could do a couple of different countries in Europe as well as the United States in a single CanExport SMEs project. And you can tap into up to $75,000 in funding. You would pay 25 in that scenario, and 50,000 would be provided. If that was your total project cost. And this would basically allow you to apply for a range of different project activities that are eligible under CanExport SMEs. Generally speaking, a lot of companies have used CanExport SMEs for business travel. However, at this time, of course, because of COVID-19 travel restrictions, business travel is not, a current activity. But we are definitely encouraging exporters to consider the different ways that they can also tap into CanExport SMEs. So this includes market research, participating in virtual trade events, adapting or translating your marketing materials. So if you're looking at a European market where English is not the primary language, you can use CanExport funding in order to adapt your marketing materials or website to suit that market. You can also use CanExport in order to seek expert advice on business, legal, or tax matters. So if you need to consult with a tax expert or a lawyer in order to get your product certified, you can leverage CanExport in order to do so. And I've kind of alluded to it already, but intellectual property protection, certification, and adaptation of contracts are also fantastic ways to leverage CanExport SMEs without doing international travel, which is, of course, a major challenge right now. So that's just CanExport SMEs, and my colleague Vanessa has posted a link to CanExport SMEs in the chat box. So I would encourage anyone who is potentially interested in that program to take a look. CanExport SMEs does have a minimum revenue requirement of $100,000, so it may be difficult for some, startup companies who may not have that threshold just yet. However, there is also CanExport Innovation, which is a fantastic program for companies that may not have that $100,000 revenue, and it can help them generate business contacts abroad who can innovate with them and complete some R&D and help them get to the stage where they are generating more revenue. I'll take a look to see if we have some more questions coming up. Let's take a look. Hi, I want to work with a Baltic company and I'm based in Toronto. Do you reach out to the TCS rep in Ontario first or in the Baltic country? That's a fantastic question. Thank you so much for raising that because I do think it's very important to note that the best first step for a company that would like to plug into the Trade Commissioner Service Network is to contact the regional office in Canada. So we have 6 regional offices in Canada. I'm based in Toronto. However, in Ontario, we also have presence in Kitchener-Waterloo, physical presence there in an office. And we work closely there with Communitech, which supports tech startups. And we also have presence in Ottawa to provide more curated support to companies based in Eastern Ontario. So we kind of are scattered across Ontario, and we are always up for a meeting with companies, whether it's virtually or hopefully soon we'll be able to meet with companies again in person. We'd usually come and visit your facility, but at the moment we're doing a lot of video calls like this. And what we'll do is we'll get to know your company. We'll create a profile for you in our system. And rather than, you trying to connect with the trade commissioner rep in the Baltic country straight off the get-go, what we'll do is we'll make a warm introduction to them and we'll provide them with the information that they might need in order to serve you better. So I would definitely recommend connecting with your trade commissioner in Ontario who's sector specific to what you do. And Vanessa has sent the Ontario TCS email address in the chat. So that's your go-to if you would like to connect with us. Just shoot us a message. Tell us a little bit about where your company is based, what sector you're in, and what your focus is, what your key technologies are. And that will give us really good information to get started and start supporting you as you explore potential exports in the Baltic countries. Let's take a look. Can you provide more information on how my company can apply for TCS funding and support programs such as CanExport SMEs? So we've talked a little bit about CanExport SMEs, and I won't spend too much time on it, but I would encourage you to take a look at the link that Vanessa, my colleague, has posted in the chat. Because on our CanExport website, there is a really detailed applicant's guide that tells you basically everything you need to know in order to tap into this amazing funding program and start de-risking some of your exploration of new potential markets. Let's take a look if we have some more questions. Can you advise us for e-commerce from Canada to the US? We have natural health supplements and have declared our products with the FDA. So the Trade Commissioner Service is definitely focusing a lot these days on e-commerce, and we have recently organized a great series of webinars on e-commerce and doing more business internationally in that way. We have organized webinars with Alibaba, Tmall, as well as Shopify, and we do have some upcoming webinars coming up with Facebook, Instagram, and one more. There is Amazon as well. So on the e-commerce front, I would definitely suggest, by all means, connect with the Trade Commissioner Service because we are focusing on a lot of different ways that we can support companies in their e-commerce businesses. I will ask Vanessa if she can just post a link, to some of our e-commerce information that we have on our Trade Commissioner Service website. And if you have questions or would like to, participate in some of these webinars that we're doing with leading e-commerce retailers, absolutely, we can send you those invitations and get you plugged in and provide more information, in particular about how natural health supplements can be, sold to U.S. customers through e-commerce. Let's take a look at what else we have. Can you explain your resources for agri-food, fish, and seafood? Yeah, so as I mentioned, this is not really one of our core sectors with the Trade Commissioner Service proper, but what we do is we work very closely with our counterparts at AAFC, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, and they have their own trade commissioners who provide this very similar sorts of services as what we would do with the Trade Commissioner Service, but specifically tailored to agri-food, fish, and seafood sectors. So, we can provide some support, we can provide some resources on this front and for sure point you in the right direction, but they would be the ones to take it from there. And it's actually a really good kind of segue just to mention the way that we work with the government kind of trade support system here in Ontario and around Canada. If you approach the Trade Commissioner Service, if you email us or call us or contact us, and you're looking for information on agri-food, fish and seafood sectors, but it's not exactly what we would normally cover as part of our core sort of trade promotion activities, we will always connect you to the right resource. So it's a big part of what we do is this kind of pathfinding in the federal and trade support system. So there's no wrong door. You can always email us, talk to us if you have some questions. If you are looking for guidance on intellectual property, we can talk to you about that. And we can also make a warm connection to CIPO, the Canadian Intellectual Property Office. So we'll make sure that we can either serve you or refer you to the right partner who is able to provide specific services and programs that you're interested in. I think we have some more questions as well. Let's take a look. Do you also provide advice regarding compliance? For example, dealing with sanctioned countries? Yeah, there is a list of sanctioned, countries and sanctioned products that we have online that you can take a look at through the Trade Commissioner Service. And I believe my colleague Vanessa will post a link to that as well. We can certainly provide you with guidance. And that's one of those questions that it's very specific and kind of depends on the details of what you're exporting, what the product is, what country that may be sanctioned that you're looking at, because there are so many kind of nuances to consider. So for sure, I would connect with the regional office and we can talk to you about that and provide some advice and strategies regarding compliance and how you can ensure that your products comply with international rules. Okay, let's see. Are there any regional networking events by TCS? Yes, there certainly are. Regional networking events and business events are one of the core aspects of what we do. We participate in events that are happening here domestically as well as abroad. These days, many of these events are virtual in nature. So, for example, we recently participated in Toronto in Collision 2020 from home. We had a strong Trade Commissioner Service presence at that event, and we were able to organize a great deal of business-to-business matchmaking meetings, all of which took place from home. So companies were able to connect with us, plug into our business-to-business matchmaking program, and basically put forward a profile that we shared with buyers and connected them to potential opportunities from people who are attending Collision from home from around the world. And that's just one example of what we do. We are also, working on WEFTEC, which is an international event, but also taking place virtually. So you can participate in it from home, from here in the region. And that's a clean tech event. Again, for that event, we're doing business-to-business matchmaking. And there's also going to be a number of, market briefings that are taking place as part of the program. So that's another example. We are always organizing regional events, and many of these are posted on our international trade events calendar, which I'll ask Vanessa to once again post a link to. You can always find out about regional networking events on our website or by just connecting with us again and staying in touch with a regional trade commissioner, making sure that they really understand your specific interests and capabilities in terms of your technology. So that they can really send you invitations to regional networking events that are super tailored to what you're looking for, as so as not to send you, things that you're not interested in. We can really try to get to know you and curate the type of invitations and webinars and market briefings and networking events that we're sharing information about. Hi there. How would you advise on growing my market when I have an established product in Canada? So I assume if you are doing really well in Canada domestically and you're now thinking about potentially doing business abroad, if I'm understanding that question correctly, and that's certainly a lot of what we do is connect with companies who have a strong product in Canada but are looking for more customers. They're looking for more markets. Because of course Canada has a limited population. There's only so much business and so many customers you're able to access. So that's why we're really focused on helping Canadian companies tap into more markets, more customers, more business opportunities abroad. I would definitely advise you to, number one, get in touch with our regional office, and so we can get to know you. Number two, I would advise you to take a look at our Trade Commissioner Service website, sign up for a MyTCS account, and there you can access, market reports, market insights, helpful videos, a step-by-step guide to exporting, as well as information about our funding programs that can help you get started and de-risk some of that potential business exploration in new markets. So, if you have an established product in Canada and you're looking at growing your market in Asia, we have a number of programs that can help you get started and get a foot in the door in markets that interest you. I'll mention briefly, we have a CTA program as well, which you can take a look at on our Trade Commissioner Service website, and Vanessa can post a link to that. However, I am receiving a time warning that my time is nearly up for this virtual kind of lounge segment. So I would highly encourage each of you to take a look at our website, explore kind of the offerings that we have. Don't hesitate to get in touch with us. As I said, there is no wrong door. We really want to make sure that Canadian companies have access to the types of resources that are available out there. So if you are a startup and you're just wondering how to really get started, we are always happy to chat with you and help you in whatever way we can through the Trade Commissioner Service. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hi, everyone. I'm Srishti, an international growth lead for small and medium businesses in Canada. I'm excited to introduce Market Finder, our new tool for export that just launched in Canada this Friday. Market Finder lets you do at g.co/market finder. Take a look at it now, and I'll walk you through a live demo. Export has a lot of aspects and dimensions. That is why businesses find it tricky to get started. What Market Finder does is it simplifies the export journey into 3 simple steps: finding target markets with opportunity, setting up your operations, and marketing yourself successfully abroad. It also houses over 200 in-depth articles, country guides, and case studies to help you along the way. Let's jump into step 1, sizing actual opportunity. The first step is to enter your website on the welcome screen. This helps Google understand your business or service a little bit better. Next, you see a few suggested category keywords. We pull these from over 3,000 product categories, translated across 55 languages. So the reach is global. You can choose up to 5 categories relevant to your business. If something doesn't seem right to you, you can always remove or add a category that you feel best fits your business. Here we go. Market Finder with one click is now telling us the markets with highest potential. You can also hover over each of these market suggestions on the map for more country-specific insights. Market Finder suggests these markets along with their respective insights through a weighted ranking of the following metrics. Number 1, the monthly average searches as seen on google.com. 2, the Google Ads average recommended bid. This is an indicator of online competition. Typically, the higher the competition, the higher the recommended bid. 3, ease of doing business ranking, which just shows how easy it is to do business in a particular country based on regulations, bureaucracy, etc. And 4, finally, the net disposable income. We use that to balance the fact that countries with a very large volume of queries may not have the same propensity to buy online as others. These are the 3 markets recommended by the tool, but there is so much more. You can now get more insights related to these markets by clicking here and signing up. All you need to do is add a few required details, let us know if you need email updates, check the privacy policy box, and click on Sign Up with Google. Your profile is now ready. We're led to a screen where we see the initial markets that were highlighted based on the 4 metrics I discussed. However, if you scroll down, you can see other markets that you can add and compare. Sometimes you already might be considering a few countries, so you can add them right here. Once you selected the markets you want to focus on, you can now dig deeper into a country's economic profile, logistics, purchase behavior, online profile, etc., and compare each of them together. Here we can compare more than 40 metrics across 7 categories, such as country profile, economic profile, online profile, and purchase behavior. Market Finder gives you macroeconomic insights for the countries, as well as consumer preferences, which really helps paint the overall picture. I really like this section under the country profile. An extremely important factor it highlights is the languages spoken in different countries. As you can see, English is spoken in all 4 countries, but it's not the preferred language in Germany. Facts like these are extremely important to exporters before they consider launching their products in a new market. You want to make sure your website and product packaging is localized to your potential customer's language. What I love about this tool is how it gets the top 3 most important aspects to entering a new market right on the overview page, so that you can not only understand the growth and competition for your category in a market, but also understand how easy it will be for you to enter it. We source this information from Google internal data, as well as reputable third-party resources like the World Bank. All right, so we've doubled down on a few priority markets. Now, how do we make sure our products are accessible to the consumer? This section helps you provide a seamless experience for your customers by adapting your business operations to the needs of the market. So let's go and plan our operations. Part 2 of the Market Finder program is to help you plan your operations across 6 pillars that are the most important to nail before we start exporting. Businesses typically struggle the most with understanding how to adapt your operations, and Market Finder is here to simplify the process for you by helping you understand how ready you are to adapt, providing lots of literature, and connecting you to premier partners who will assist your business in getting you there. We'll dig a little deeper into some of these. The 6 key pillars are localization, payments, customer care, logistics, talent recruitment, and tax and legal. First up, payments. Market Finder helps you compare the preferred payment methods across your chosen markets. As you can see here, cards are popular across all 3 countries, but German consumers also prefer e-wallet and bank transfer. That shows that if you're marketing Germany, you have to ensure that you provide those payment methods. Otherwise, consumers who love your products and want them will unfortunately not be able to pay for them using their preferred means of banking. Once you've narrowed down on the payment methods you want to incorporate on your website, Market Finder lets you find suitable payment providers in your shortlisted markets who can be contacted via the partner referral function. Another important operation is localization, adapting your language and verbiage to match your target consumers across different countries. Over 40% of businesses find localization of websites to be prohibitive for growth. However, over 70% of actual consumers spend their time on websites in their native language. Localization is key to winning the hearts of your consumers. This resource helps you understand the value of localizing your content, as well as strategies you can adopt to make it really easy for you. The localization readiness quiz helps you understand what sorts of resources your business needs to lean on based on the current format and structure of your website. We also have over 30 country guides for your research needs, specific to the markets you want to enter. These are customized and have a wealth of actionable data you can leverage to make localization decisions. Now that we've adapted our payments and content, how do we make sure our products reach customers quickly and seamlessly? Our country guides are clear and informative and equip you with all that you need to know before you ship your products to a new country. Market Finder also lets you find the suitable logistics service provider in the country to make matters easier. Now the final step, marketing your business, aka getting your customers to know and love you. This is the next significant step towards the global journey of your business. In this section, we have a wide range of content about marketing from a global perspective, such as guides, articles, case studies, tailored strategically for your targeted export markets. We start with defining a global marketing strategy and adopting different SEM tactics like search, display, or video advertising, all based on your current brand presence and competition in the market. Finally, we have tools to help measure the performance and success of your campaigns. If you scroll to the very bottom of the global market strategy section, you'll see a list of free tools and resources provided by Google to help up-level your knowledge and even launch surveys to reach your target market. Finally, we understand that 2020 has been a year of unprecedented changes, and businesses have had to work overtime to get back into the groove. We're here to help you navigate these uncertain times and make the most of available resources. Market Finder offers resources to understand how consumers are behaving differently now, as well as how your business can pivot to pockets of opportunity. That's a wrap for the demo. Please make sure to visit chi.co/marketfinder to experience the tool yourself. I will now be taking questions from the audience. Fire away. All right. We have a question here. I'm looking to recruit employees in international markets. Can Google help with that? The talent and recruitment section under Plan Your Operations in the Market Finder section will definitely have resources on how you can recruit outside of your home country, as well as what the different countries are looking for when they're looking for a profile, or the basic minimum requirements for someone to join your company. So yes, there are sections for recruitment in international markets. I'm not sure how to ship my goods to new markets. Does Market Finder have any information about international shipping? Definitely. Market Finder does not only have guides to help you understand what the preferred shipping methods and what the existing providers are, but actually helps you connect to those specific providers to make it really easy and seamless for you. You can also compare between different providers to understand which one is the right one for you to go ahead with. We have another question here. Will you be discussing how we can use Google platforms to better the user experience in my business? Other than the Market Finder that really helps you understand what the best practices in the industry are for going in any new market, I feel like some of the free Google products, such as Google Analytics, are a wonderful way to understand where your users are coming from, who are coming to your website, what they're spending time on, and how they're converting, may it be buying a product or even filling a form. The more you understand the rich data that's available on analytics, you can make decisions to improve your website or the user experience. For example, if you're seeing a certain page that you built with the intention of people spending a lot of time on, but you're seeing really high bounce rates for, or very little time spent on the page, maybe there's something you need to do on that page to make it more engaging, to make it more interactive and immersive for the user to spend more time on it. Sometimes it's even as easy as the customer has to go through too many steps to reach the final purchase page. So we want to make this journey as clean and as simple as possible. And I think analytics does a wonderful job at that. There are some other tools such as Google Trends. You can just use that to just put in a few categories and understand what the growth over time across different markets for your category or your product is. And that helps you understand maybe in some places the interest is declining, but in other places it's picking up. So maybe those should be your new focus areas. It also helps you understand what people are searching for. So maybe if you don't have those terms added in your SEO or even in your SEM, you can go ahead and mine those terms to understand how people are searching differently. Trends change over time, but also the way people search change over time. Another question here, is Market Finder available for export from other countries? Market Finder is available in, again, 55 different languages for over 15 countries right now with specific guides. And even if you use the .com version, it basically helps you export to every single country in the world. Another question, if you had a startup getting ready to go global, how would you personally use Google's tools to ensure success? I always suggest whatever I do based on the fact if I were in your place, would I do it myself? So I truly believe that the very first step of going anywhere, may it be even local or global, is research, which is why I love the Market Finder tool, because it literally squeezes weeks, even months worth of research across the different markets, even if you were to stay local and go in different provinces, all into a matter of a few seconds using the tool. I would first start with using the Market Finder to go through its recommendations based on my categories that I provided, based on my website. If I find those to not be in line with what I've already been thinking about, because very often we do have a point of view, right, beforehand. We have a perspective on which countries we want to go to next. I would be using the Market Finder recommendations to begin with. And next, I would add my own countries in there just to compare and contrast what is happening in my home country that I'm doing right now versus what is happening in the other countries, and where does the difference occur. And if there's not as many large differences, those are the markets I want to go to first. I also think there's a lot of importance in understanding economies of scale. When we have kind of targeted or captured a home market, it's important to think big picture as to the next biggest market where there's a lot of volume. But it's also important to balance that with some smaller markets, which might not have as much volume, but the competition is lower So you will succeed even better if you were to focus there. So basically, a smaller country with that, let's say, speaks English, so you do not need to translate all your content, has a slightly lower bid than, let's say, the US, where the competition is a little bit higher. I would focus on both, and I would make sure that I have um, the other country almost to offset some of the higher costs I might see in some of the larger countries. Available to truly understand the journey of a user on your website. And it's so key to understand what is working and what isn't. It's almost like a mini Google survey. But you can also use something like a Google survey across your potential markets to understand what they think about your product, their initial thoughts, what should the price point be, what kind of messaging do they prefer, and basically trying to fit your product into the expectations of the user in a new market. I would also focus on the global marketing strategy, which is the last piece of the third piece of Market Finder, to make sure that I'm using all the different tools I have available, like search, video, display, etc., having a very seamless experience for my customers. We have another question here. Is there a tool for product finding for finding exportable products from Canada similar to Market Finder? I think using Google Trends, you can specify a specific country, in this case Canada, to find what products are trending, where there is interest for certain products over time, and what have always typically been a high demand. All of this is based on Google search data, so it's all volume data. And I think that is very much in line with what people are looking for outside. Next question. Does Market Finder take into account the human capital you have or the amount of staff? In other words, does it only consider finance? Market Finder takes into account your website, and when it looks at your website, it does it only to find the categories you're in. So it is not particularly tailored just to your business, but it's tailored to the industry you're in. Sometimes even the sub vertical or the sub industry, based on how niche the category that you're in is available and indexed by Google. So no, it does not take into account very specific data. That being said, it is excellent as I think of it as a starter tool, as an exploratory tool. It's not necessarily the finisher, the closer tool, but it does link and provide everything else you need to actually finish that last step and get your business online, like connecting you to payment and logistics providers, or helping you set up your first international Google Ads strategy. One question I often see is, how does Google Market Finder pull this information? A large part of the information is all of the searches we all make on a day-to-day basis that get indexed, which is updated every 35 days. So across all of our Google properties, all of the search data is indexed, obviously anonymized, and that helps feed into a lot of the average monthly volume for searches, into the bids and the competitiveness, those kind of pieces of information. But we also use really reputable third-party sources such as World Bank to understand metrics such as ease of business doing in different markets. And now those are updated as and when they are updated by World Bank. So we always pull the most refreshed information based on what we receive. So it's a mix of all of these different metrics. Another question I also often receive is, I don't have a lot to spend on ads, but the other things that I can do for free. I definitely, like I mentioned, Google Analytics is a wonderful place to start, but I also believe it's great to spend some time on Google Search Console. That's kind of like your webmaster's tool that you can use to input your website and understand if there's any quick fixes and changes you could make to make your website shine on organic searches, basically your SEO. While I cannot speak too much for SEO, I can definitely say that Search Console is a great tool to fix issues, and not only that, but also to meet other people, other webmasters around you, to understand best practices, commonly asked questions, commonly faced issues, as well as learn how to improve your organic search ranking. If you're a local business, definitely leverage Google Maps. if you have a storefront or several, definitely leverage Google Maps to make sure your presence is online. I also think Google Ads is definitely a great place to start. Even if you aren't using it for advertising, you can use some of the tools available like Keyword Planner or Performance Planner to understand what people are searching for. This can also be done on Google Trends to understand what the current trending topics and products are and what people are searching for and how they're doing it, year over year. Get a lot of historical data in there. Another question, does Google have any personnel you can book time with and see how to best use Google's tools for their business? For most Google tools, I can definitely speak for Google Maps or Google AdWords. There is a help center on which if you have very specific questions, even the questions like, how do I get started? Or, it could just be exploratory, or it could be like, I don't understand search marketing. Can you help me with that? Or it could be, I have a campaign in mind. Can you help me execute it? You can always use the contact us option within those help center pages, and we will definitely get back to you. As someone who worked in one of those teams a long time ago at Google, I know we do a fantastic job and we're always here to help you. Is Market Finder a completely free tool, or do you have to pay for additional features or services? Completely free, no payments, nothing. You don't need to have a Google ad account. You don't need to have any kind of advertising with Google whatsoever. Anybody can use this website as long as you have a business, a website, you can get it started. Even if you don't have a website, you can use an inspiration website to understand what's happening in the market. So totally free to get started, start to end. When it comes to referrals for payment providers or logistics providers, etc., those fees are not something related to Google. It would be the provider itself. All we do is give the referral there. So that would be something separate. But using the tool, all you want, spend all your day on it, check out all the sections, completely free. What do you see regarding the future of web and advertising? Any inside scoops? I definitely have noticed a huge change in how even traditional advertisers have sort of changed the way they look at the global marketing strategy. In the past, there were some advertisers who were like performance advertisers who would only think about search and keywords and just being really specific. And then there were some others who were big brands who did video and display. And it was considered that unless I have a large budget, I'm not going to do any display, I'm not going to do any video, I'm not going to see any impact. I think over time, our products have got a lot more niche, a lot more targeted, and we have also gotten much better at analyzing and measurement of those products like display or video. So I've noticed more and more global marketing strategies having a seamless experience between search, display, and video. It's no longer just I am performance, so I will do search. We also see lots of performance marketers using video and display to get their message out there, have an immersive experience, really interact with the user, show their product. Doesn't have to be necessarily video advertising, even just having videos, informational videos on YouTube, completely free, is what many of the marketers are doing these days. It's like the easiest, most tangible, physical way to look at a product and interact with it. Well, thank you so much for your time and all the questions. This was great. Happy exporting to everybody. And yeah, thank you so much for having me. Bye.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexis Black, and I am an intellectual property advisor with the Canadian Intellectual Property Office. Thanks for joining me today. I'm hoping to have a little bit of a conversation, a one-way conversation granted right now, about IP protection abroad, as we are dealing with exports today. Pardon my corgi on the couch. Her name is Ellie, and she may start barking, and I apologize in advance if she does. So basically, what we're going to talk about first is we're going to just kind of talk about some common mistakes, some things that you can do to minimize disclosure. We're going to talk about how people deal with IP in different parts of the world and how you can start thinking of it strategically with a global lens. We're going to talk about the process of how you can apply for rights abroad. And then we're going to also kind of tap into how you enforce those rights when they are being infringed upon outside of Canada. So just a little bit of feedback on, what we do at the Canadian Intellectual Property Office. Our branch, what we do is we basically do educational outreach and resources. So we're not a legal provider, we're not a service provider, we're an educational provider, and we're that first step for you to engage in the process of learning about intellectual property as it applies to your business and your invention and all of the good things that you know that you should be protecting, especially as you are looking to export abroad. CIPO otherwise does, they have quasi judicial functions. They deliver quality and timely intellectual property rights in the jurisdiction that we are in, which is Canada. And we exist also to help advance innovation, because intellectual property, intangible assets, are such a relevant part of this modern economy. Okay, so basically what we get when we have people calling in asking about exports, typically they haven't done an IP business strategy at this time, and they want to know, what do we have to think about when we're going globally with intellectual property? So what I always encourage people to do is to take a deep breath and to realize that intellectual property outside of Canada isn't as scary as what you think it is. All you have to do is you have to start thinking of it strategically, no differently than any other part of your business. In fact, your intellectual property strategy should be in parallel to every other part of your business as you go abroad. So what I do at a first conversation is I encourage people really just to look at a global map. And what you want to do is you want to look at that map and you want to look at your business and you want to say, okay, what I'm working on, the business that I'm building, the product that I'm building, what is relevant globally? People automatically think first, where am I going to sell it? Yeah, that's a great place to start. But there's a couple of other things you need to think about. You need to think about, where is your product going to be built? If it's a manufactured product, it might be built in multiple locations. So now your map is getting a little bit bigger. If it is something that's R&D based and doesn't involve as much of a real estate asset, so to speak, you might be thinking about, okay, well, where am I hiring from a research and development perspective to contribute to this? Well, your map's getting a little bit bigger. You get where I'm going. And then one of the other things you want to think about is, even if you're not selling in a part of the world, the industry that you're in, where is it most heavily litigated? Because that might also give you an indicator of the map that you need to look at. So now you've got this map, and you know where you might need to look into thinking about protecting your intellectual property, but you don't know what. So you need to look at your target market, and you need to look at your competition, and you need to work ideally with an intellectual property professional, patent agent, trademark agent, a lawyer agent of any combination, or an intellectual property strategist. And you need to figure out the market conditions and the competitive environment for the specific product that you are working on and what you're trying to protect. And then you're also going to think of local partners, and that can tie into licensing and so many other things that we really don't have time to capture in a short period of time today. So the thing about global intellectual property is this: a Canadian patent or a US patent, it doesn't give you protection beyond any given jurisdiction. Canadian patent's only going to protect you here in Canada. There really isn't such thing as a worldwide patent. There are methods and avenues and mechanisms to apply for patents that will allow you access to multiple jurisdictions, and a registered patent agent that you can find with the Canadian Intellectual Property Office. We have a link leading to the Intellectual Property Institute of Canada, can help you figure out how to do that. We do have a lot of information on our website that can explain that process and slow it down. But what you need to know is that a lot of countries are first to file, especially with your inventions as it's related to patents. In Canada and the US, what that means is the first to get to the patent office likely is going to get the right. But that's not the same in everywhere. It's not always the same everywhere. And over time, that can change as well. Canada wasn't always a first to file jurisdiction, but it is right now. So you have to think about that. And sometimes people say, well, do I need to file? If I'm working in a business or in an industry that becomes so obsolete so quickly in terms of technology, what is the value? Well, you need to figure it out via an intellectual property business strategy with a global lens, especially as you look to export. Okay, so risks if you don't minimize your disclosure. So people always want to know with patents, what does public disclosure mean? Well, it's not necessarily what you're doing. It's often usually the specifics of how you're doing. And once it's publicly disclosed the how anywhere in the world, different jurisdictions have different clocks that start that minimize the amount of time that you have to get your application into a patent office. And not all of jurisdictions have the same time frame. Lots of things to think about, especially as you are looking at your map. You know you want to be protected in a certain country, and you know you're going to be exporting there, but maybe that country only has a 6-month disclosure grace period. If that's the case, you really need to make sure you're doing your proper planning. Another great place to bring in an intellectual property professional. People always want to know as well with trademarks, same thing. A Canadian protected trademark is not going to protect me in China or France. It's just not going to work that way. Same thing as patents. You have to put a global lens to it 100% of the time. And when you're doing all of this and you're wanting to mitigate people finding out about your particular ideas that you're exporting, not necessarily your brand name, you need to take some steps to minimize the disclosure and to minimize your risk, right? You need to think about who's getting the information that you're working with globally, who's protecting that information internally, and what mechanisms do you have in place to make sure that that happens. On our CIPO, Canadian Intellectual Property Office website, we've got some great materials that can give you some really great hints and tips to work through that. Basically, when we go back to this strategy map, not only have we looked at all these places that are relevant, you need to look at those places and you need to understand what other people are doing there, what you're doing, but also how goods flow in and out of where you're trying to do business, because that can also affect ways you need to protect your intellectual property. Again, what I'm trying to convey in your message here is putting together a global export intellectual property business strategy is a pretty complex task. And it is typically something that people need to bring in a professional to help them with. You can take your existing IP, say you've already got some IP and you've protected it in Canada. Again, get on the phone with your IP professional or send them an email, and they will help you figure out what your limits are and what you can do to get that same protection in other jurisdictions. IP regulations, just remember, are going to be jurisdictional. So if you're trying to get your product into a specific market and you're using an agent and maybe they don't have a ton of experience dealing with those markets, you need to have an honest conversation with them and say, hey, how do you typically work within this jurisdiction? If it's not an area where you do it regularly, who would you work with? You can ask those questions, and any member of the Intellectual Property Institute of Canada will willingly help you out with that. How do we apply for IP abroad? Well, basically, you can do it directly with an IP office in any given country. So it would be the equivalent of the Canadian Intellectual Property Office. We've got the USPTO in the States, and it varies. But really, the best way to do it is usually, if you're doing multiple countries, is through an international application system. So there's something called, basically, it's the Patent Cooperation Treaty. We call it PCT. And it is a mechanism that you can access through a registered agent or lawyer agent that will allow you to apply for your patent and access more than one country as an end result. Industrial designs, it's kind of similar. We protect it through the Hague, and copyright through the Berne Convention. Okay, so now you've got IP protected, and presumably you've done it properly because you've put together a really good IP business strategy and it all makes sense and you've budgeted for it and you're executing. But now you've got your product abroad, and you come to find out that somebody is ripping off what you're doing. And what do you do because it's not your jurisdiction and you don't live there? Well, basically, you better make sure that you have a lawyer with boots on the ground or with a really strong network there that deals with intellectual property enforcement. And what they'll do first, they'll probably just they'll issue a cease and desist letter. Other alternative arrangements that they can do, they can work with customs on enforcement. If you have a registered right in your global strategy, you typically can work with a country to help them enforce those right through customs. There's administrative actions, there's litigation. I know during COVID, everybody wonders, does it matter? But of course it will matter. People are going to eventually get to the bottom of arguing for what they have created. And then we've got alternative dispute resolution. So mediation, trying to get people to cooperate and play nicely, which we know isn't always a great alternative. And sometimes people just don't. So basically, the message we're trying to get out is your global export strategy needs to include a global intellectual property strategy or intellectual property business strategy. Multiple ways to get started on that. We have some fantastic learning materials to get you started on our website. Or you can just, out of the gates, reach out to an intellectual property professional. CIPO, we have a great list of registered agents in Canada, and we are also closely tied and connected virtually to the Intellectual Property Institute of Canada, and they keep a list of all of our registered agents, not just for patents, but for trademarks as well in this country. And sometimes you can reach out to someone that specializes specifically in intellectual property business strategy, and there's a host of those professionals across the country, the majority of which are registered with the Intellectual Property Institute of Canada as well. And just be careful that you know what you're doing, because there is a difference between what type of professional can do what for you. And there are some scams out there. So you really want to verify that the individuals you're working with are registered with the jurisdictions that they claim to be. So if you want to find out more information, go Google Canadian Intellectual Property Office or go right to our website. You can also call our client service center. There's a 1-800 number on the website, and there's also some materials. If you've got some entry-level questions, they're going to be really happy to help you there. If you have existing products that you need to figure out to get information to new counsel to help you with your global intellectual property business strategy, they can help you figure out how to retrieve those documents and connect you with the professionals and a list of them to help you out. So I really don't know what more there is today that we can talk about, because it is such a complex subject and we're not going to hit it in 15 minutes. But do know that there are resources out there. You can reach out to any of our intellectual property advisors with the Canadian Intellectual Property Office. You can reach our website. You can go to the IPIC website. You can deal with, there's a lot of resources out there, but just be really careful and don't hesitate to learn more. My message for any business that they are exporting globally is become an IP champion within your organization and take ownership of learning and understanding about the role that intellectual property should play for you as you export. And other than that, I think it looks like that's all that I've got to say today. So thanks for your time.